spookiest stories off of the spookiest subreddits, and I'm gonna be doing it right here. Come watch on stream.
Hey. Hey, Lamau. Me trying to make sure I don't show anything. God, this is hard. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my spooky stream. Happy to have you here. Or am I? No, I'm just kidding. Welcome. Let me set up the aesthetic before we begin. Fuck. We have some pumpkins and we have a little skeleton that's saying, hey, can you see him? He's saying, hey. He's doing this. And then some more pumpkins and crows and candles and skulls. Here. Oh God, I didn't even like mean to really do ASMR for this, but it's kind of soothing, and it's so weird talking and hearing myself. Usually I'm wearing my headset and it's not weird. Fortnite is dead. I've heard stuff like that. I have no idea what's going to happen with Fortnite. I was going to film a video for it, but then I realized there's nothing to film. It's just a black hole. I feel like this might be a cry for attention, but I mean, we'll see what happens. Anyways, hi guys. So, if you can't already tell, today I will be sharing with you all. I'll be reading out loud. Why do I want to do ASMR? I should do a Halloween ASMR. Duh. Anyways, I will be sharing with you all the all-time scariest stories yoinked from Reddit, because I love Reddit, and we'll be reading them out together. I want to say I have not read a single one of these, so my reactions will be very authentic. I'm very excited. I hope some of you guys haven't read them all as well. So on my phone, I have chat. So if you guys ever see me look at my phone, that's what it is. Okay, I'm not just ordering Postmates, though I might. Let me thank some subbies. Read to us, senpai. I will, don't you worry. Reeks, thank you for the 3 months. 3 months super creeper. Spruts, 34 months. Sleepless zombie, thanks for the 32 months. Infamous, thanks for the sub. Welcome, new sub. Volpix, Gitoff, Jiwi, Evorian, Woody for gifting a sub. Agnars for subbing. Envery, Bodhi Poirer, Prixty, Apex Caddy, struggling for grip. Ayasu, Ewok, Zed Deer, I Hane Flip, anonymous user, thanks for gifting a sub. Yaylux, Fluffy Pants, Forever Haste, Terizal, Drag Baller. It's not Halloween yet, is it? No, but I hope that this is a good start to the festivities. Maddie Cakes, thank you. Cody Brunson, Azarapi, M22M, Attacooks. Welcome, guys. Nice. I think that's all. Trope Master Gaming, thanks for subbing. Kimchi. OML, thank you for subbing as well. 39 months. Taluto. Toasty, new sub. The Ryanator, I Lucky 7. Z the One. Stefan Marsh. Thank you guys. For starters, does my mic sound okay? Or I turn off the alerts because I didn't want a lot of noise disturbances. I want you guys to be fully immersed in these stories. All is well. Nice. Are you guys excited? People are screaming downstairs and I'm concerned. But yeah, are you guys excited? Is this the kind of content you want to see? I mean, I guess you don't know yet until I start reading the stories, but yeah. I had this idea. I shared it with my friend. She helped me set up. Appreciate her a lot. Shout out to Sue. Love her. And I hope that I can do many more Halloween festivities. Do you guys want me to try to like really get in character? You know? I can play a goth girl. Don't think I can't. Yes, I prefer to be bubbly and happy, but I could be a goth girl. This smile turns off just as quick as it turns on. Okay? Before I begin, I need to confirm that you guys can see this little skeleton guy. Can you see him? Because he's saying hi. Do you see his little hand? I can't tell what the mic is blocking exactly. Nice. He's saying hey. Do you guys want to name him before we start? We can just name him. Oh my god. Holy guacamole. We just got a bunch of new stuff. Oh, it's because Blue Stank gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much. Thanks. Appreciate ya. Oh, also, I need to tweet. I just did. Yes. Archdeep, thanks for subbing. Yompsy, 2 months. Le Québécois Tabarnak, thanks for subbing. King Kill God, thanks for the 4 months. Funky Frog, thanks for subbing. Jose Nadaras, Bloods, Prophet of Shrek. Always stay comfy. Welcome back. Jetty Boy, thanks for the 1K bits. Kenny, thank you. Raphael L, thank you. Wheezy, Trope Master Gaming, Kimchi, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Let me show you guys something real quick. iPads have cameras, right? Yeah, they do. Nice. Pop. This is, hold on. This is my view. Isn't that cute? Mimi's literally right in front of me. I think at some point I'll see if she wants to be pulled on my lap, but she's not really much of a lap cat, so. Is my bitrate? Oh, shit. Oh my God. You know, I don't want to get up so bad that I'm literally going to call Fed to fix my bitrate. Because if I get up, I'm going to knock everything over. And that's not going to be a good time. Fed! Hello? Hello? Can you please come here? Ah! You tried to scare me. Careful for the wire. Could you please up my bitrate to 6 or 10K? But I think maybe 6K or 5K. It's because the internet was poo-poo yesterday, so I had to lower it. ASMR. Hey, Fed, if you want to read any stories with me sometime today, just swing on by, okay? Okay. 8K? Sure, let's do that. Let's do that. Hello. Screw the Fortnite event going on. I'm here for this. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was kind of concerned. I was like, did I pick a bad day to do this? Ba-rum-dum-dum.
Do you want coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah.
4 p.m. coffee?
Yeah.
Where are you getting it from?
Green door.
Only if it was Starbucks. Actually, can you get me? They have this thing that's like part lemonade, part matcha, or part mint tea, something like that. It's like I think it's called a matcha twist.
Okay.
I'll have one of those.
Alright.
Bye.
Wait, do I need any specific, like...
No, it's water. So just an ice. It's already iced.
Okay.
Matcha twist. Thanks. I think someone just resubbed and they said like, I want a cream in your mouth and I want you to know you can take your money back. Put that in your fucking mouth. Sorry. I mean, Bob Quick, thanks for subbing. Dizzy, Duck, thanks for the 3 months. 2K2 Fake, thanks for the 3 months. Supreme Tamale, Tater, thank you. Ricky, thank you. Aegis and Brawl, Prox, American Warlord, Samax, Hapu, Sinen's Bear, Harry, CP, T-Bar, Archdeep. Thank you guys. I will probably... Hello. Hello. I will probably not really read out donations much. So your best way to get at me is to sub or just write in chat. Sounds good, everybody? Oh no. Fed! My mic's falling. Hello? I'm dying. I'm dying. My mic's falling, like literally. Sorry. Careful the wire, careful the wire. Hey! Yeah, you're gonna have to pull it there and then just fucking slam it in. Tight.
Oh, is it falling?
Because I have to do this.
Okay, how is it now?
I think so.
Yeah.
Can you see if it's like as pushed in as possible. Nice. Thank you.
Camera shifted.
That's kind of spooky, but in a cool way. Like the camera shakes. It was a ghost. Wait, who's moving the camera?
Oh yeah, they can't hear us.
Oh.
If anything, just yeah. Who's guys? Was the camera moving? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds and I'm gonna count it down. Get all your alerts out of the way. I'm gonna read every single one and then we're gonna get into the first story, which is called She Sold Happiness in Glass Jars. All right, get your alerts out, get them all out of the way if you want them read now. Otherwise, we getting into it. Okay. Oh. And I'm gonna get my spooky voice and my spooky tone. I guess that's part of your voice. We gonna get our spook on, okay? All right. You guys have 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who noticed that I skipped the number 12? Who noticed? Oh, okay. You guys did notice. I intentionally did that, and I want to be like, are people going to notice or just, freaking chat notices everything. But I tricked you guys. Okay. Let's get into it and then get the heck out of it. Sky DW, thank you for the 2 months. Rim, thank you for subbing. Shadow Chords, Jonesy, 17 months. Flurex, 200 bits. SickCon, 500 bits. Banana Rex, thanks for gifting a sub. Harry James, thanks for subbing. Aqua, 2 months. King Wolf, 10 months. Dream John, Nikki, both gifted some bits. Throwing Rain, thanks for the 4 months. Dr. Kameno, 3 months. Stared Sky and Shaz TTV and J Mo on the keys and K Nux, all new subs. Welcome. Appreciate you. Richie the Beast, thanks for subbing. Nicholas Tess, thank you. Felix, thank you. Drazen, Crazy Cam, Zen Pass, thanks for 14 months. Mr. K Matos, Gunrad, JG Naves, Alberto, Fragmaster, Muns, Oga Boga, Neelan, Lex, Correquium, Becky, David Hulk, Dizzy Duck, Bob Quinn 69. Oh, I think that's all. Thank you guys very much. Jakey Jake, Trax, Burnt Tortilla, and Ewok 200 bits. All right. Are you guys ready? To be honest, I'm a little nervous, and the main reason why is because I don't know what to expect. I have heard of these subreddits. The two that I'll be frequenting or reading from are No Sleep and Let's Not Meet. I'm sure some of you guys already know of these subreddits. I have heard of them, but never read a single story from there. So I hope it's good. I hope it's spooky. I hope should I turn this down like this? Is that good? Are we all right? No, never? Well, let's get into it together, my friends. And if those are not scary, we can always, y'all can link me some real spooky ones, okay? Okay. Fuck, you can see my foot. God dang it. Whatever. First story is, She Sold Happiness in Glass Jars. The poster read, Happiness, sold in glass jars. Call today. And underneath the text was a phone number. I was walking home from a long, exhausting day of work when I caught a glimpse of the paper stapled on an old telephone pole. I took a picture of it thinking it was amusing. I was going to show my wife once I got to her apartment, but I was caught up with chores and forgot about it. dinner, dishes, laundry, packing a snack for her daughter, putting her to bed, then putting her toys away that she'd left out in the living room. Every night, it was the exact same routine. The next day, I awoke sleeping back to back with my wife. I always had to get up earlier than she did for my job, so I quietly got ready for the day and headed out the door. At work, I was updating the company's latest expense report. Most days were similar to this one. They were basically paying me to stare at a computer for 9 hours a day and input a couple numbers into a spreadsheet. Can anyone relate? Anybody got jobs like that? Back to back. Yeah, I don't know. When you meet... Oh, wait. I finished my work very quickly, so I decided to head out of the office early. It also helped that it was a Friday and a lot of people leave early at the end of the week. On my walk back, I was thinking of what my life had become. I did this often. I always dreamed of traveling when I was younger. I wanted to drive across the country or solo backpack across Europe. Then I met Kelsey. Don't get me wrong, I loved Kelsey. I mean, I still do. We just don't have that spark anymore. When you meet someone and get in a relationship, whether it's meant to be or not, some of your personal life plans have to be put on hold. And then that relationship turns to marriage, and then you have a baby, and then you have to enroll your daughter in a preschool, and then you have to get a better paying job and work more hours and blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to throw a pity party for myself. I'm just saying I wasn't exactly content with where I was in life. I wouldn't have referred to myself as a happy person. That's sad. I read one comment and it's can't concentrate on story, hide face. As I took the same routine home, the route home that I did every day to work and back, I walked by the same poster I had passed the day before. I don't know why, I really don't, but I decided to call the number. I figured it would be some joke. Maybe someone just picks up and says, "I love you," on the other end and hangs up. Or maybe it's a line to a sex worker. I had no idea what to expect. I called. It only rang once before someone picked up. "Hello?" a woman said. Hi. I'm calling about your poster, your ad." "Oh, awesome," she said calmly. "When do you want to pick it up?" "Pick what up?" "The jar, of course," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, of course. I realized then I had left work early without telling Kelsey, so I could just go pick it up now and she'd be none the wiser. "What exactly is it that you're selling?" "I just told you. It's happiness in a glass jar. Like the poster said. Happiness keeps best in glass jars. They're more durable than, say, a plastic bag." Oh no, the way I say bag. Ruined. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, should we meet somewhere?" "For sure. I don't want you to end up being a creep or something, so let's go to a public place." The public place we decided on was a Starbucks parking lot a little over a mile from me. Now, I didn't think I was really going to be buying a jar of happiness or whatever. I was 99% sure she was just going to sell me drugs. Maybe heroin would be in the jar. I remember thinking, oh no, happiness is probably a nickname for some street drug and I'm going to a drug deal. What if she's a cop? Am I going to be arrested? But something inside me told me to keep walking, and so I did. I'm so sorry to ruin this again, and I hope that as I read more stories, I'll be ruining it less. But I keep thinking of gamer girl bathwater in a jar. Because she's trying to put happiness in a jar, and he's like, what the fuck is happiness in a jar, you know? But it's kind of like, people, how the fuck do you put gamer girl, how's bathwater gamer girl? Anyways, that's all. Back to the story. But something inside me told me to keep walking, and so I did. I stood outside and texted her. Me. I'm here. Her. Cool. Be there in a sec. Me. What are you driving? Her. Silver Camry. And as her final text came through, I saw her car pull up. She took a spot not too far from where I stood. I could see there was no one else in the car, which put my kidnapping fear to rest. She opened her door and stood on the pavement, looking around until her eyes met mine. I gave her a little nod of acknowledgement. She simply responded by waving her hand, gesturing for me to come over to her car, so I did. She was young, maybe mid-20s, with curly hair. Her skin was pale and contrasted with the all-black outfit she was wearing. Oh, no, no, no. What the fuck? Okay, that's pretty common. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. As long as they don't mention lipstick, we're fine. I thought she looked like Glinda, the good witch from The Wizard of Oz, had put on the Wicked Witch's clothes. Nice day out, she said as a greeting. Oh, yeah, it is. Hadn't really paid attention to it. You were the one that called about the jar, right? Yeah, that was me. Cool. Well, here you go. She handed me a very small glass mason jar. It couldn't have been more than 2 inches tall. Inside of it was a light. Not a light bulb, just light. It was like someone bottled up sunshine. It glowed even in the mid-afternoon daylight. It looked like a tiny sun or a tiny universe existing in this little crystal-walled home. I was admiring it with no attempt to hide the awe in my face. Pretty rad, isn't it? What is it? You've asked that like 3 times, I think. My answer is still the same. It is happiness. Happiness in a glass jar. What do I do with it? Keep it, she said simply. If you have any problems, shoot me a text. She started to get into her car. This is actually a really interesting story. Wait, I said. I thought you were selling this. How much is it? Don't worry, man, she said with a smile. You'll pay. Okay. She closed her door and I stepped out of her way as she backed up and then drove off. What the hell had just happened? What was I holding? I looked down at the jar again. Its radiance was simply mesmerizing. I put it in my pocket and could see its glow slightly through my pants. I began to walk home. Well, it was just a nice sunny day, quickly changed into a rainy one, with clouds wrapping the sky. It was not forecasted that it would rain, or else I would have ridden the bus or subway to work that day. I jogged home, trying not to get too drenched. I finally found shelter once I made it to my apartment building. I walked up to my door and found that my key wasn't on my keyring anymore. Shit, I can't believe I lost it again, I thought. I knocked on the door and said in a somewhat loud voice, Hey babe, it's me. I don't know what happened to my key. I heard the door being unlocked from the inside. When the door opened, I was greeted by a large, heavy-set man with greasy hair and unkempt goatee, he said. I think you got the wrong door, bud. Oh, I said, disoriented. My bad. Sorry. Have a good one. He let out a chuckle as he closed the door. Apartment number 33. I know that was my apartment. I know it was. I'd been in apartment 33 for 5 years now. But that was not my apartment. From what I could see inside, all the furniture was different. It was painted a different color. It was all wrong. I felt like I'd hit my head and was drugged. In that moment, nothing made sense. I pulled out my phone to call Kelsey so she could calm me down and tell me I just got confused for a sec. But her contact wasn't in my phone. In fact, nothing was in my phone. I had no messages from her, no previous calls, no pictures. It was like my phone reset to its factory settings. Did that girl somehow switch my phone out when I wasn't looking? I would have just dialed Kelsey's number manually, but I couldn't quite remember it. I had known it by heart before, but not anymore. I needed to get back to the office. I had all my contacts backed up on my work computer. I do want to say, doesn't it suck how nowadays, like, literally no one knows each other's phone numbers? I'm so close with the people in the house, I couldn't tell you a single one of them's phone number. I just know, like, the first 3 digits of Feds. That's about it. Whereas when I was little, I memorized, like, 10 different phone numbers at, like, 12 years old. Your house, your mom, your dad, like your 2 best friends, you know? Anywho's. Yeah, I just know the area code. Anywho's. He's going back to his work computer. Since it was still raining, by the way, mods, you know, I love that the chat is popping. I really want this to be something that everybody enjoys. However, you know, if someone's being nasty or annoying, you know? Since it was still raining, I hopped on the bus, which had a stop right in front of the apartment complex. I rode downtown toward my office, the whole time staring at my wet shoes, wondering what the hell was going on. We have a keycard access to our building, so only authorized personnel can get inside. I always keep my access card in my wallet, always. But Surprise, surprise, it wasn't there. I buzzed into the speaker we had for guests with appointments or employees as a backup in case anyone lost or forgot their card. Bzzz. Hey, this is Tim. I must have lost my card. My employee number is... I stopped as I drew a blank. A voice came through the speaker. Tim, you got cut out. What's your employee number? I can't remember. That's fine. Just tell me your full name and department. Finance. I'm in finance. My full name is Tim Brooks. 1 sec. About 30 seconds later, the man spoke to me again. We don't have a Tim Brooks working in this building. Did you have an appointment with someone? I backed up in surprise, almost tripping on my own feet. I had just been in that office an hour or two ago. What was happening to me? I felt like I was getting Alzheimer's, but going through every stage in one day. I stared at my hands, unsure if I was in the right body. I felt like the world around me was disintegrating. I wasn't in control. I was merely sitting inside someone else's head, watching the world through their eyes. Just then, I got a text. I recognized the number immediately. It was that girl, the one who gave me the jar. I had forgotten all about it until I saw her text. She said, "Hey, how's it going?" I looked at my phone, dumbfounded. It made me angry she was so nonchalant about this. She knew what was going on. She had done this somehow. Me. What the hell did you do to me? Her. The worst is yet to come. Oh my God, guys, we're getting to the end. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so bad at this. Learning, by the way. I was astronomically close to just chucking my phone as far as I could in frustration. I took the jar out of my pocket. It looked unchanged, still glowing just as bright. What the fuck did you do? I yelled at the jar, realizing I probably looked like a lunatic. As I stared at its glistening glass, I realized something. I didn't know what my wife's face looked like anymore. I knew her name. Well, I know it started with a K, or maybe a C. I couldn't picture her in my mind. I knew I had a wife. I knew I did. Yes, because I had a daughter. I had a wife and a daughter. I just couldn't remember their faces. Then, or their names, or their birthdays, or any memories I had with them. I know they existed. They did exist. I had just seen them that morning, right? I couldn't remember how she looked or what she smelled like. What was our first date? We had a wedding, right? What about our first kiss? Or my daughter? Or was it my son? Maybe I didn't even have a kid. But my wife or girlfriend, she was real. I knew she was. The thought was tearing me apart. I couldn't see her in my head. I couldn't recall a single fact about her. I was standing outside of the same building, but I was unsure why I was. Did I work there? I must work somewhere. The rain was accompanied by a chilly wind now. It was wiping at my face or whipping at my face, making my nose and cheeks sting. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be with her. I wanted to be warm. I want to go in a shitty office job that keeps a roof over my head. I wanted it all. I was soaking wet. I was miserable. I couldn't remember my parents or my childhood. Did I even have any friends? Why was I in the rain in the first place? I looked at my hand. I was still clutching the jar. The only memory of my entire life I could concretely remember was that girl giving it to me, telling me it was happiness. It did not bring happiness. It brought pain. It brought suffering. I was more miserable in that moment than I'd ever been. My phone buzzed. Break the jar, Tim. I looked at my other hand. With the setting sun and the rainy sky, I swear the jar glowed brighter than any streetlight near me. I didn't break it because I was following her instruction. I broke it because I was angry. I broke it because I was upset. I needed a release. I raised my arm above my head and I brought it down with one swift motion, shattering the jar on the concrete beneath my feet. The dark, chilly air accompanying the rain spread away like it was the shockwave of a bomb going off, and I was the epicenter. I saw the warm, yellow light from inside the jar spread rapidly across the ground and ascend into the sky. It was as if I was watching the beginning of the universe being created, like God had just snapped his fingers and said, "Let there be light." I was engulfed in it. I could no longer see street or rain or anything dark. I felt like I was plummeting into a star going faster than the speed of light. It felt like sitting in front of a fire on a cold winter's night, but the warmth was covering every inch of my body. And then I blinked. Immediately I could feel the sheets beneath me and my back barely touching my wife's. I was staring out the window. The morning light drenched through the glass and gleamed on my face. I stood from bed and grabbed my phone. It was Friday morning. I had one text. "Let me know if you ever need another jar." I called into I called in sick to work. I snuck into my daughter's room and greeted her with a kiss and told her she didn't have to go to preschool today. We were going to have a family day. She smiled, wide peepo happy, and stretched out her arms with a yawn before curling up and falling back asleep. I got back in bed and squeezed my wife tightly. I didn't let go for hours. Our daughter came into our room and woke us up eventually. She was jumping on the bed and shouting for us to wake up. Yesterday, I may have found that annoying. Yesterday, I may have found a lot of things annoying or monotonous or if I can't pronounce that word. Monotonous. Got it. Or dull. But not today. Today, I pulled her under the covers in between me and Kelsey. Today was going to be a good day. Today, I was happy. Aw, the top comment is, I must have a jar like this without knowing. Everything is falling apart. Must find jar. Must break jar. Must. Aww. To be fair, that wasn't as scary of a story as I thought it'd be. But not a bad story nonetheless. It was more so just like cute. I think that the whole point of the story was to just appreciate what you have. Because sometimes you get so used to it that you don't even consider yourself happy. But if you were to lose all the things that you're not really grateful for, you would realize what it's truly like to not be happy. Make sense? Damn, y'all. Okay. Now read a scary story. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I thought it would be scarier. I have an idea. Hold on. Do you guys know if if let's not meet is better than no sleep? I'm sure some of the stories are just scarier than others, but not a huge deal either way. I kind of want another pillow. No sleep scary AF. That was the top one. No sleep scary AF times 2. No sleep for the guys. I literally just read the top post on no sleep. Hey, do I look weird when I lean back? Or do I just look comfy? I wish I could see, but I kind of can't. Ah, there we go. Nice. I love how my body is just like a pool of darkness. As it should be. Okay, let's continue. Comfy / pregnant. Nice. Top. All time. I want to read a really, really scary one. Whoa. Sorry. I'm tip, 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 tip. No sleep. I think at some point, or maybe even now, I kind of just want to, like, it's hard to sit cross-legged for a long time. You know what I mean? It's just not comfy. Okay, you guys can't see my feet. Good shit. All right. Ooh. Okay, which one do you guys want to read? I'll read you a couple names. Something happened 63 years ago that's haunted me my entire life. I've never told anyone about it until now. Or, my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. Or, I met someone who claimed to be the devil and I think I believe them. Any of those spark your interests, friends? Two? I think you guys just like saying 2. If I'm being honest. All right. So 2 was my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. I'm so comfy. Yes? That's what's up. Careful for the wire. Come this side.
Why?
Because how am I gonna grab
Why
it?
are you yelling?
Am I yelling?
Yeah, you're screaming.
Oh my gosh, stop trying to scare me.
Spooky.
Very. Thanks. You know what's really spooky? Paper straws.
Yeah, no. You good?
It'll break at any moment. Chat. Can you read me just fine? Or, I mean, can you hear me just fine? I'm the one that's reading the fuck. Can you hear me okay when I talk like this? Nice. 3 years ago, I was looking at the local job classifieds online when one of the ads caught my eye. Not because of what it said, but because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, job available, good pay, no benefits, discretion required. It then listed an email address and that was all. At the time, I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors we would be shutting down within the next year, and the likelihood of a transfer to another store was slim. I had been morosely looking at job listings for the last few days, but this was the first one that stood out, if only because I was bored and it was weird. So I sent an email. Half an hour later, I had a response, telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for my screening. I went, and after waiting for a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken into an office where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing until a month later I got a call saying I had moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was again given an address and time, and when I arrived, this time it was a different nice office park 20 miles away from the first one, I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solomon. He escorted me into a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were 2 large monitors. Sorry, I'm stuffy. A keyboard and mouse, and a bolted down metal box with 2 oversized buttons on it. One red and one green. Oh my god, he's gonna be a streamer! He told me this room was a model for the place I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I would be working 7 shifts of 6 hours each week. My job would be simple. I would arrive at work 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I would have my own personal locker. I would store all belongings in the locker and change into the provided work clothes. I was never, under any circumstance, to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never, under any circumstances, to take any item with me from the surveillance room. As for what I was to do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour, I would get onto the computer attached to the right monitor and enter a brief log describing anything interesting that occurred in the last hour. I would have no pens or pencils or paper, and I should never try to take any kind of written notes about the work. As for the red and green buttons, the red button was only to be used if there was an emergency. This meant something on the video or in my workspace that required outside help. The green button was to be hit if I saw something on the video feed that was particularly noteworthy. It would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Solomon stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use the button, I should err on the side of only using it when something of real significance occurred. Oh no. I have a feeling that this story is going to make me feel particularly uncomfortable. He pointed out the camera on the ceiling of the room we were in. He said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed, and the other people were watching the room on the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy in case other systems failed. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I'm dumb. I don't talk that good to people? That's okay. Let him think that if he paid me good enough. The pay was very good. $35 an hour. This worried me. I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with, but that kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mom always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And this was seeming too good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing anything illegal. Solomon laughed and said no. I asked if anyone was going to get hurt. Again, he shook his head, no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons, it couldn't be discussed. If I took the job, I would have to sign papers promising I would never discuss my work there, or I could be sued or locked up. Why do I get so stuffy while talking? I'm only breaking that now because of everything that's happened. Oh shit, it's gonna get good, guys. It's gonna get good. So I took the job. Do you guys want an ASMR portion? Let me know how this is. So, I took the job, and because they wanted me to start right away, I had to move the store with no notice. Oh, I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that, but I was excited about the new job too. It was a lot of money and seemed like easy enough work, if a bit boring. I was nervous that there was something more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting a good chance because I let my imagination go crazy. Some people are like, yes, and some people are like, no. All right, it probably is kind of hard to hear, so I'll just continue regularly. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that it was really just like the model room I had been shown, with only a few differences. There was a locker room you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room also. The real room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I wasn't allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was that the monitors were turned on. It's really funny that he says, I had to eat before or after every shift, whereas for me, it would be, I had to eat before and after every shift, and in the bathroom. Sorry. Continuing. The right monitor was just a black and white terminal like you see in movies sometimes. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at or anything like that. The left monitor, it was video from a room. You would call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it. But it had a lot of other stuff too. A TV, a sofa and chairs, a couple tables, and plenty of empty space in between. The camera must be high up in a corner because I could see pretty much everything except the far sides of furniture. At first, though, I didn't notice any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me and was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. That was the part of the room farthest from the camera, and the picture was very clear, and I could tell that she was sleeping. I found myself leaning into the monitor more so I could see her better. And then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassed. It's like I was spying on her. A peeping Tom, my mom used to call it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I needed to think about it slow. It was a good job, and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? I wasn't hurting anybody, the woman looked fine, and the room was really nice. She probably agreed to be there, and it's all some experiment or something. I was just overreacting. So I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman, I took to calling her Rachel, wasn't there of her free will. I never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left that room except to go into what I think is a bathroom area that my camera couldn't see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, usually a couple of times a week during my shifts, men and women in strange-looking outfits would come in and take her from the room. Sometimes she would struggle, but usually she would just go along with her head hung low. They would always bring her back, though the times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her, and until I got to work the next day and saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset except for when they took her, and even when she fought, they were always gentle with her. Still, I knew something was wrong. I considered quitting the job or hitting the red button and getting someone to come so I could get some answers. Or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me. Except I was scared. Scared of losing my job and scared of what these people might do to me if I quit or told on them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being discreet was not asking questions. I would never be asked to do more than I had already been told, but I could never tell anyone what I did or saw, and could never ask questions about what I was doing or why. So I made excuses. It was all an experiment. She was crazy or sick, or they were trying to help her. She was doing a job just like I was. Or if she really was a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure that she was okay. If they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw that she really didn't want to be there for sure, I could get help then. In a way, I told myself, I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuses. I don't think much of them myself, especially now. But in my defense, when things changed, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Can I just say, I am curious. You know when he said, press the green button when something good is happening? I wonder if he ever pressed that and what the heck something good or something worth watching even entails. Let's continue. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day, and it seemed to always be during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock or her own body's time to keep kind of a schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The things she was painting was always facing the wrong way for me to see it, but I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful and happy when she was painting, and seeing her that way, smiling serenely from time to time as she got something the way she wanted it, always made my day. I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently a few weeks ago. Her expression was more focused and serious, and there was a tension to her movements that I wasn't used to seeing. At first, I thought she was really just trying to work hard on something, and I wanted to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks, the others would come in and take the old paintings out anyway, bringing in a new stack of, I think the word is canvas? But it was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy, and she was going for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I had been growing more and more worried watching her work, and when she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to just stop and rest a while. I'd grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way. But she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back and seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. This was the first time I'd gotten to see any of the paintings. Even when the others were taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something she had worked on. Happy and amazed. They were beautiful. One was a beautiful green forest, another was an old stone well. A third was a house sitting alone on a small island. The last was an old-fashioned looking movie theater. All of them looked like something out of a dream, with trailing lines of color mixing in the air around them like leaves caught in a wind. It was only when I looked close that I realized the lines of color weren't random. They were words. Easy to miss if you weren't looking close, and by themselves they didn't seem to mean much. Just the ghost of a word somewhere in each of the paintings. Easy to lose in everything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started thudding as I made them out. Blinking and rubbing my eyes, I looked again, reading them out loud in order, left to right, top pair, then bottom. Please help me, Thomas. I pushed back from the monitor, my hand over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could be happening. It wasn't just that she was asking for help. I thought that was part of it. It was that my name is Thomas. That also I found confusing. There's a part 2. fucking Monka. Sorry, I don't mean a cliffhanger. Reddit's going boom. Is that a Reddit thing? What the heckies? Yes? Okay, weird. Why was it deleted? Anyways. I thought about the camera above me and took my hands away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there, trying to stop from shaking, trying to make myself take a breath. Think about it slow. The first thing was, should I hit a button? The red button was for an emergency. If she was a prisoner or something and she was trying to escape, they might think that was an emergency. But no one had been hurt that I knew of, and I think Mr. Solomon meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency, not something like this. But what about the green button? This was definitely something noteworthy. Not only that she was asking for help, but that she was asking me for help. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me. I had gone to school with several boys named Thomas. It was a common name, but the chances of her painting that name when I was working there? I didn't want to be silly, but I wasn't trying to be too, what's that word? Mom used to say it when she read her angel books. Skeptics? I didn't want to be a skeptic either. Sorry, the way it's written is interesting. I had to believe it was probably meant for me, and that was something they would want to know. Should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting toward the metal box on the desk, but I hesitated. I didn't like breaking rules, and I was scared of what would happen if I broke these. If they were really holding her prisoner, then they were probably very bad people. But I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad. But I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand, she glanced up at the cameras as she moved across the room, and it felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened as my hands moved away from the buttons. No, I didn't think she was bad. I had watched her for years. I felt like I knew her, would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way she was my friend, and I was going to try and help her. Hold up. Mutual, why did you actually give 10k bits? Thank you. TYVM. I spent the rest of my shift, I feel like so far back, bro. Not gonna lie, it kind of feels good though, but I'll fix myself up after this story. Oh no! Can you guys see that? Having this up here was a bad idea. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm cliffhangering you all. Let me finish. Hello. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen how I acted, but I couldn't worry about that. I would try to play it cool and try to think of how I could help her. The only people I had actually met connected to this job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers, and then Mr. Solomon when he showed me the model room and told me the job. I had no way of contacting any of them except through the buttons. My checks were deposited electronically, and I had never run into anyone who also worked at the surveillance room. That thought made me stop for a second. I had always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone when I was coming or going. The person I was taking over for, or the person who was taking over for me. I had always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms even, and they just schedule us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seemed to go down faster than I think if I was using them by myself. If that was true, maybe I could figure out who they were, and maybe they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was that I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night, but instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block and then parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute. No new cars had parked or anything, and if I was right, they didn't send anyone to replace me until they were sure I was gone anyhow. So I sat and waited. I was tired and the street was pretty empty and boring, but I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed. I kept imagining an SUV or van pulling up behind me. Men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere like where they had Rachel to kill or torture me. Half a dozen times, I almost cranked up and drove away. But every time I would think of her alone in that room, she had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. White knights be like, just kidding. 2 hours later, a fat, balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. Then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were, but I was sure there were hidden cameras in the locker rooms and outside of the building. If I go running in there and confront that guy, they'll know for sure that I'm up to something. Sighing with frustration, I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered trailing him like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him or he would call someone for help. So I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift, hopefully far enough away that the cameras wouldn't see. And then I met the man I came to know as Charles Jeffries. Does he make YouTube videos? Hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money. Have a good... He froze as he glanced back at me while talking. Oh, God, no, you need to get out of here, kid. We aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go yet. Not after all this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get into his car. So, you know who I am? I tried not to sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked at the door again, but I was still holding it, and I was stronger than he was. After a second, weaker tug, he turned around, his face strained and tired looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me, and I'm telling you, we aren't supposed to be talking. We aren't supposed to meet, ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon, yeah. Well, there are plenty of rules they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you were going to be watching before you started, did they? When I just lowered my eyes, he went on. Yeah, me neither. I've been at this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go, usually because they broke one of those rules they never mention. The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. You should do the same, if it's not already too late. I felt my stomach curling into a cold knot. Too late? The man rubbed his face. Kid, do you think they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back toward the building, a look of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head, he pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it. You need to stop asking questions and just do your job. It's a lot healthier. With that, he got into his car and shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time, even though I had already been worried about what he was telling me. Hearing it confirmed was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan? He probably didn't know any more than I did, and even if he did, what could I do with anything he told me? I walked back to my car with a heavy heart. I was still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and ashamed. I wanted to help Rachel, but I wasn't sure how. I wasn't giving up, but as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't think of what I should do next. This wasn't a movie. I wasn't a hero. The only ideas I had left were either to go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought of something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow, I would break the rule about carrying anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room, of Rachel and how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew, and I would email it to every newspaper, website, and the internet channels I could think of. I'd then go to the police and give them a copy too, if I could make it that long without getting caught. Maybe if I did all that, even if they got me, someone would help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread at the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope that it all went away. But I couldn't live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed up, I felt like I had to try. That's so sweet. I was so preoccupied that I didn't hear the person coming up behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas? I turned around and felt my legs weaken as I stumbled back against my door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for support as I looked at the woman in front of me. It couldn't be her, but somehow it was. Rachel? Dun, dun, dun. Part 3. I look at chat, it's just one dude. Hey, can you start over? I love that. She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. My name is actually Melanie, though. I felt my face reddening. Of course her name wasn't actually Rachel. That was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment couldn't keep up with my confusion and joy. Is it really you? She nodded. Yeah, it's me. Melanie grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment, but then whispered in my ear, Thomas, we need to talk, and not out here. Can we go inside? I broke away and nodded, wiping at my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking the door with a shaking hand. My heart was pounding, and I still felt like I was in a strange and wonderful dream. But when we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How? Melanie had still been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been. I frowned, a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. What do you mean? She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever it was she had to say. Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you have as one of the actors, and I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they're investing a lot of money and time into it, but for what reasons, that I'm not sure. I fucking knew it! I wanted to call it, but I didn't want to call it because people in chat would start maybe calling other things, and maybe some of you guys had read it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll keep my predicament to myself. Anyways. I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. This was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They have constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like they might be trapped. They give you instructions and a way of making choices. You've got buttons and something you can choose between, right? I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat. Yeah, a red one and a green one. She sighed and nodded. I think they're testing how much you'll obey. What choices you'll make based off of your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. It's interesting. Or at least I thought so when I first joined up 6 years ago. They've never officially given me many details, just the overall gist. But people talk. The other actors and me, sometimes we hear things and we gossip. She smiled sadly. That's what caused me to start feeling bad. I interrupted. Other actors? Melanie's eyes widened. Oh shit, yeah, sorry. I think they still call him Mr. Solomon, and there are others too. When I just stared at her, she went on. Anyway, For a long time, it was just the normal job, right? I spend 6 hours a day acting like I'm this trapped girl, mainly faking painting or watching TV. You know, boring stuff. I couldn't help but interrupt again, hating the hurt trembling in my voice. You fake the painting? You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures? Now Melanie looked embarrassed. No, sorry, I can't paint a bit. I'm a pretty good singer, though. She tried to smile at me, but faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. That's why they always have the paintings turned where you can't see them. They're already done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases and, well, when they want me to show you something. Her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message, mind game bullshit, I got worried. Worried you would take it too serious, that you would get hurt or even hurt yourself. As soon as you left your shift tonight, I walked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you had reacted. Showed me how you were still parked down the street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom set is in a building outside of town. I saw you sitting in your car and I almost approached you then, but I was scared of you getting caught and fired. So I parked and waited until I could follow you somewhere else and let you know I was okay. Wow, that's really nice. Oh, I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Well, that's nice of you. True. She looked up, her eyes red. I know, I'm a shit. I've never heard someone say I'm a shit. I'm a poop. I'm so sorry. I was being selfish and cowardly, but I didn't actually leave. And then, when I saw Charlie leaving the building, saw you running over to talk to him, I knew they were escalating it even further. Charlie? Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, sorry. Charlie Jeffries, he's another actor. In an earlier version of the experiment, he actually played Mr. Solomon, but they decided he wasn't scary enough, so now he's usually in one of the suits. He's actually done that for your version a lot. You just can't recognize him under all the getup they wear. I kept curling and uncurling my hands on my lap. It was all too much. I felt like a pinball going between anger and relief and embarrassment and confusion. So all that stuff he told me, that was all just to scare me, see how I'd react? She nodded as she sniffled and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I bet that is literally part of the whole experiment too, to have her tell him all. Oof. I could see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks, I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police and looked like a joke in front of them too. I just wanted her gone, her sympathetic, pitying eyes off of me. Thanks for stopping by and letting me in on it. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came out watery instead. Standing up, I turned away from her so she couldn't see me as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed, and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what you thought was right, because you're a good man. I shrugged. I thought that you were in trouble, and I wanted to help. I'm good. A good man. She gently turned me toward her, and when I looked up, she smiled and sniffed again. I know, but you need to realize most people wouldn't have tried to help. Not when it meant giving up their job or risking themselves like that. Not for a stranger. I wiped at my face as I looked away. Well, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad it's not real. I'm glad you're okay, that we both are. I paused and caught her eye again. We are, aren't we? Safe, I mean? She hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested in whatever this is, and the fact that they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder, but I've never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is one or both of us gets fired. I felt my face getting red again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm gonna quit tomorrow. I'll finally get to hit their damn buttons. Maybe both of them. I started to smile, but then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas? Please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us, but if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us all the time, but I don't know what they can find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spy satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk just being here, and I don't want them catching on. I took a step back from her. So you want to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my hand. I had been clenching it unconsciously, and it relaxed at her touch. No, I don't want to, but I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed, getting to actually meet you. I can't do it long term, but another month or two to save up money, okay? Now that you're in on it and won't get scared or hurt by it anymore. She smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. We can keep going like normal, take some more of their money, and then one of us can quit. Then next month, the other can. How does that sound? I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense once I had calmed down. It would probably make more. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you better. I know I've been playing a role, but for the most part, that's been me you've been watching all this time. I think it's only fair I get to see more of you, too, she blushed. Assuming you're interested in that. Whoa! He's in. Wow, can you imagine that? Spying on a girl for like several months actually leads her to wanting to date you? Interesting. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers as my stomach fluttered. Well, I mean, yeah, I would really like that. Swallowing, I added, how long do we have to wait to see each other again? Melanie grinned at me. Work another month or so. Save what you can and then quit. I'll wait another 2 or 3 weeks and then I'll do the same. And then she looked up at the ceiling. As she pondered it for a moment, I was struck again by how beautiful she was, even if she was a little different in person than I had imagined. 3 months from tonight, we'll meet right here. I'll come over and we can start getting to know each other better. How's that sound? Returning her smile, I nodded. That sounds great. When she left a couple of minutes, something about this is fishy. Monka, it's a trap, I know, right? When she left a couple, by the way, plebs, behave, or I'm going to sub mode, because I don't even really look at chat anyways right now. When she left a couple of minutes later, a part of me hated to see her go, but another part loved to watch her leave. Just kidding, but another part was relieved. I was so excited, and while I was so happy she was okay and we had finally met, I felt like the burned-up wire in an old light bulb. I needed time alone, time to think and calm down, but most of all, time to rest. I didn't really even remember falling asleep, and when I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to get to my shift at work. As she had been leaving, Melanie had stressed again how we needed to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out, but it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. If I suddenly showed no signs of being worried about her, that would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a brief hug and kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tiredness the night before, it felt like a dream. Yo, my bet is he goes back to work and she's not there. It's a different girl. Dun, dun, dun. By the way, these are eyeballs. You guys just can't tell. Still, I went into the surveillance room with a much lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her, and there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had tricked me for so long. Besides, in 3 months, I would be done with this place. I'd be done with this place and get to see Melanie again, in person at least. Because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when never mind, I'm wrong. She was asleep when I first got there, and I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I felt. She woke up later and started reading a book. I found myself beginning to smile and had to stop myself. I should still be worried again. I should still be acting worried, not smiling like I had a crush. I had to do better so Melanie wouldn't get in trouble. An hour or so later, she started working on another of her paintings. Watching her work, I was amazed at how real it all looked. It was hard to see everything from my angle, but I would have sworn she had paint on those brushes and was really painting whatever was on the canvas. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only didn't I see her giving any clues that we had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room than she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she had meant by playing a role. What if it's a twin? What if she's an NPC? I don't know, sorry. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for some more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. But then I realized she was done painting. I expected her to just go and do something else, but instead she picked up the canvas at its edges and carefully walked it over to the sofa. Her body was blocking it at first, but then she stepped aside. It was a painting of a massive tree. The bark was a dark red with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into a dozen branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green they almost reminded me of storm clouds more than the top of a tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it, even now that Melanie had told me she didn't paint them. The images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they were really amazing. Just like this one. If you looked close enough, you could see that there were several small black birds in the branches of the tree. It was funny, but it almost looked like they were made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer and I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly, I knew it was all a game now, and I just had to play my part a little while longer. Still, the worried me would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, following the birds right to left and top to bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. I did kind of call it. Don't worry, guys. It's not over. Dun, dun, dun. Damn, this is a long one. What the fuck have we gotten ourselves into? Let me sit up, since I literally thought that would be like the last part or something. Hello, mate. I just need some lumbar support. Oh, fuck, Mimi looks so cute. I want to just plop, but I don't know if she'll stay. How are you guys enjoying so far? How are you guys enjoying it so far? Are you ready to see what happens? Shit just got real. No. Oh, okay. So you want me to just stop? If you want, like, yeah, I could just stop. Michael rated? Oh, Rachel rated? Did Ray raid me? If so, hi. Thank you. Yes, and end stream now. Okay, you got it. Just kidding. I'm finishing this. I want to know what happened. Okay. Spooky time. I had to do something, and I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, that meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her painting. They knew about me asking questions, and they knew I didn't hit a button during any of it. I felt panic and fear crawling up my chest, making it hard to breathe. Standing up, I started pacing, periodically glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me, tell me what I needed to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. It was hard to tell for sure with her back to the camera, but I think she was crying. No, I needed to fix this, get her out of there. And if I didn't have a better plan, I just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me, I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up the combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it by my side casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast, get some kind of message out to the people that could help Rachel before they got to me. I opened the camera on my phone as I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record. It made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure it was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Thomas Callan, and my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke or a movie or whatever. This is for real. For 3 years, my job is to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler, the desk with the monitors, keyboard, and button box, and watch a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showing Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first, or I tricked myself into thinking she wasn't because the money was good. Either way, I know she is now, she's in danger, and so am I. After lingering on video of her for a few more seconds to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I had to hurry or the video might be too big to send quickly. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt myself tearing up as I went on, and I did my best to keep my words clear. Please help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her because I don't know who I really work for. But they are bad people and she is not safe. All I know is that I work at a building at redacted, right outside of San Antonio. Per no sleep rules, to be clear, this address is not real. I only know the names of 2 other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon, redacted, and a man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffers, I think. I don't know if they're real people. I mean, I don't know if that's their real name. Please, I'm not crazy. I know how this sounds. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is, and help her. And I heard the muffled sounds of the outer door opening into the locker room, and I frantically fumbled with the phone to stop the recording. How do I send? Oh no. How do I? There it is. I hit the button to share, and I felt a new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I had only a handful of contacts, and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them would take it seriously and get help. As I heard the door to the surveillance room open behind me, I hit send. Not connected to data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. That's the first thing you check, dumbass. Oh my God. What? No. I turned to see Mr. Solomon entering the room. He was flanked by 2 large men in dark suits that looked like bodyguards or something. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. No service in here, Thomas. But then you should never need service in here, so long as you followed the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door, but the 2 guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put the, zip ties on my hands and feet. Oh no. And pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was being carried out of the room, and it felt like they must have put me in the back of a van that was pulled right up to the building. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I heard someone get into the van with me, and I asked where we were going. If they would just take me and let Rachel go. There was a short laugh overhead, and then Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that he would explain everything when we got to where we were going. For now, he said I needed to relax. It was a long drive and I would need the rest. I went to say more, but then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. They had stabbed me, injected me with something. I was feeling so strange now, but I had to stay awake. I had to try and get away. I had to... Hello again, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt, but otherwise I felt okay. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was lying back on a padded table that, like I'd seen when I went to the doctor. But this wasn't a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from the padded table, it held a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting on one of those chairs was Mr. Solomon. I raised up slowly, blinking at him. Where is she? Is Rachel okay? The man smiled. You really are something, Thomas. Trying to be the hero, even if you don't quite know how. I respect that. Licking his lips, he leaned forward slightly. In fact, I respect that so much that I've decided to start our new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck 'em. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on. Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting the gun he had been holding casually in his lap. But before we get into the details, would you like to see Rachel? I slid off the table and nodded as I caught myself falling. My legs were still wobbly from whatever they had given me, but I barely noticed. Yes, please, let me see her. The real her. Mr. Solomon gave a small laugh and gestured towards a nearby door. Yes, reality's always best. She's just there in the next room. I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked. And when I grabbed the doorknob, it turned easily. I expected the door to lead to her bedroom, but instead it opened into another room that looked a lot like the one I had been in, though the stuff in it was different, and now he's the new prisoner. Sorry, just guessing. Strange machines filled the walls. Oh, wait, what? 1 sec, I need water. This is too much for me. Strange machines filled the walls, and in the back of the room was a large aquarium? I didn't know. It was a big cylinder taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of gray liquid. There was a shape in that liquid. Oh God, they're cloning people. Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to have a look around. You've earned it. I felt my stomach clenching tighter at Mr. Solomon's words and the meanness in them. My legs felt heavy again now, but it wasn't from the drugs this time. Shuffling forward, I could see the shape of a person. Oh no. Or at least a body, because it was clear from just looking at it that the person was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God, no, no, no. Its hair, which had been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away as I reached the glass. I could see Rachel staring out at me. Murderer! I turned on Solomon and started to run toward him when he shot me. Suddenly, I was on the ground convulsing as he stepped closer. Don't worry, Thomas, it won't kill you. Just make you unable to move for a bit. I heard more footfalls as my body began to still. Get him up! Take him back to the other room. I could barely feel anything as I was carried away back to the padded table and propped up into a sitting position. This time, I was strapped down. But I guessed it was more so I didn't fall off because I couldn't move anything other than my head, and even that just a little. I could hardly see at all for crying, but I recognized the blurry shape of Solomon sitting back down in front of me. Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything, yes, that is Rachel. Not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, and not some kind of a trick. As I said, the time for tricks is past. Now is the time for truth. Frowning slightly, he went on. Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way might seem very cruel. You may hate me for it right now. I would understand it if you did. But you called me a murderer, and at least in this specific context, I think that is unfair, because I didn't kill Rachel. In truth, I've been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years. He gestured back to the door behind him, and Rachel has been dead for over 8. I felt my eyes widen, as though they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. Do you know what remote viewing is? He rolled his eyes. Sorry, right, you can't talk right now. I'll just assume you don't. Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically, to know things you shouldn't be able to know, though, through your normal 5 senses. Some describe it as a psychic ability, though there are several schools of thought as to how and why it works. Interesting. His eyes fixed on mine intently. Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a very long time. And while publicly it is always ridiculed as pseudoscience and foolish superstition, the reality is that some people have the innate ability, that means it comes naturally, to somehow see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via a front-facing screening process that was ran as a psychological test that paid subjects well at a time when Rachel was looking for some money. 3 months after being identified as a good candidate, she was taken, and after the initial adjustment period, she became a largely compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of our talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knees. I know you cared for her, Thomas, so I think this is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than her confinement and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No. We all treasured her. She was enormously talented, not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey what she saw. You understand? She would enter into an almost trance-like state when she painted, and when she was done, she would have given us a painting of images and words that provided, well, it was very valuable information. He chuckled. If you ever wondered, that's why there was always such care that the paintings were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that she was selected for a new program that we thought might greatly enhance or alter her ability. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, nothing seemed to change. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us and for her. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She was just no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused, and I realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time, pausing to make it more dramatic. I would fucking kill him. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked as though everything was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then one day, she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomas." Oh my God. This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera. And now she was trying to communicate with someone? We didn't disrupt her routine, but an intensive investigation began into who she was talking to. Was it one of her handlers? One of the technicians? Someone from her past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back into his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that first suggested the idea that she was, intentionally or not, knowingly or not, seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time, but by the point we had more strange behaviors from her, including the second message painting, "That girl isn't me," my theory made some sense, but it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped, despite her having been stable for almost 3 years since it was implanted. Whether it was due to her increasing emotional upset and stress or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic and hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely, but it didn't matter. 5 days after she painted "That Girl Isn't Me," she suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicably, we were unable to resuscitate her. Sorry, guys, I'm ESL. The man sighed. This was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory. Based on everything we knew, it still made sense that she was talking to someone. Someone with access to the camera feed, and very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing that camera footage in the future, as I believed, then he must be working for us in the future. He gave a thin smile. And whether you believe that future is set in stone or not, I'm all for giving it a helping hand. 7 years ago, I began the Thomas Project. Someone out there is watching me read this and they're named Thomas and they are shitting bricks. And the thought of that makes me very happy. Over the course of that time, I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites, all with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. I tried to speak, but my mouth still wouldn't work. I wanted to say he was lying, that it didn't make sense, that it was another trick, but I think I wanted to hear it more for myself. Because I didn't think he was lying. I didn't think it was a trick, and I thought I was starting to understand. The point wasn't really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos, what they did, and how that matched up with what Rachel had done in response in the past. 30% quit after the first day. 38% hit either the red or green button after the first message asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching the stage where Melanie was introduced. The fuck? He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assumed from the "that girl isn't me" message that there was a double of Rachel introduced to you at some point, perhaps to kill you or dissuade you or find out what you knew. But it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined. And as I've pointed out, only 27% made it that far. And all of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. You see, the girl you've been watching, the talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the room, her name was Rachel Donovan. I had always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Melanie Rachel, I knew that we had finally found the right Thomas. The distant point of light that our Rachel was looking at across space and time. I swallowed thickly and found I could feel my tongue, if only a little. Slurring badly, I pushed out a single word. Why? Solomon looked surprised. I'd have thought that'd be clear by now. You're our only remaining link to one of our greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability, or maybe that she forged the link purely through her own talents and will. But either way, you are important and you have more work to do. He stood up and moved over the table where he turned on the monitor. As it came to life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room. A tape paused where I had left off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it because Rachel painted you more pictures before she died and we have to know what they mean. Oh, no. We're moving on to the last part. Guys, my little Minu looks so cute. Hello. You guys will see her later. Is everything looking okay? Hey, yeah, we're pretty good. Who's ready for the last part? Please pee break? Yo, just watch me on your phone and bring it with you. We can do a pee break after this finishes. So, yeah, last part. Let's go. My left butt cheek hurts. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I had seen watching the past 3 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted. But there were signs if you were looking for them. She seemed tired and tense. She had taken to sleeping more. And occasionally, just every once in a while, she would glance up at the camera. At me. It was then that I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. Inside, I felt like a burned out house collapsing in on itself. At first, I refused to watch, to do anything that they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said while cooperating was preferred and could go a long way toward making my stay with them more comfortable, it wasn't required. If he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what I wanted or thought I chose. Either way, he added, the video was about to start back playing and would not stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. I tried not to watch, but a part of me knew from the start that I was going to. Maybe I would find some clue that they were lying about her being dead, or Rachel could give me some advice or warning about what I needed to do next. I didn't know. What I did know is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. And despite knowing in my heart that she was dead and everything on the video had happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching, I was with her somehow. She had been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown, trapped for years just for being special, experimented on, treated like property, kept from ever having friends or family or a life. And yet through all that, she was still beautiful. Not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I know what emotes in chat right now. I had spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways that so few people ever truly know each other. I had seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up day after day in her prison and never gave up. And I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colors and, what was the word? Wonder? She was able to paint these things she saw with such care and love, despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely. Well, I wasn't abandoning her. I would watch every bit of the video I could manage, try to burn into my memory every frame of her I saw. Not for them and their stupid project, but for me. And for her. I may not have much left to do in my life before they lock me up somewhere or kill me, but I could do this one last thing. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat and quickly use the bathroom until the last 2 days. I would ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say Solomon said it had to play normally until it was finished. Sorry. Oh my god, my phone wire fell and it freaked me the F out. Jesus Christ. Okay. By the 4th day, I was in a stupor. I'd already dozed some of the first 3 days, but when I woke up on the 4th day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food on the bed, 1 breakfast and 1 for lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worrying I had missed something. But Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hand to her stomach as she got out of the bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been inside of an old-fashioned movie theater from the viewpoint of someone sitting in a back row. On the movie screen was just the image of a sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or clue. Eventually, I find what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Rachel must have come to understand they knew what she was doing with the paintings and didn't want to stop her, because these last 3 she set up much closer to the camera. I was still squinting and studying the paintings closely when I realized the flipped up seats in the next row up had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats. Though they were upside down from the viewpoint of the painting, the angle was good enough that once I noticed them, I was able to read them. 2, 43, 26, 89. I didn't understand any of it, but I committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention on the painting until she finally took it away. Even that early on, I could tell the painting was taking a lot out of her. And like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no. Maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her, or maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt, and it made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. I wonder if there are people like that with streams. The second painting, the one she started after I woke up from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was in a room with curved walls made of tree roots, and in the center of the room was a little table made out of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room were a deep red, but other parts, including the table thing, looked burned and black. I looked closer and saw that I could see a person's shadow over the table, hands holding some long oval-shaped bundle. I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again in my mind after she took it away. I couldn't make sense of it, any of it. I wasn't smart enough and I was failing her. Maybe that was the thing they put in her? I don't freaking know. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time she was painting faster. And while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she lashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it towards the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. I was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was out in the country, and the morning view of the yard and the land beyond were wonderful. But closer up, the painting was of 2 hands. Holding each other tightly, their interlocked fingers seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying as I looked at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last words might be wasted on me. Part was because I knew it had been 5 days and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there was something more to it than all that too. The last painting, even with everything else in my head and my heart pulling me down, gave me hope. Hope of what? I didn't know. But I started to think that maybe the only message Rachel had for me in the last painting was that somehow, somewhere, everything would be okay. Outside the edge of the painting, I could see motion in the room. People hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment. And then the monitor went black. What the fuck? You've done well, Thomas. Very, very well. For the last 5 days of video, we had charted 1,047 micro variations in Rachel's behavior that we believed might correspond to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states while watching the video. Like before, the two of you remained in sync as though you were in the same room. It really is remarkable. I sat staring at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it to be over. Whatever this was, I just wanted it to be over. Clearing his throat, he went on. That's why we've decided to move the implant from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so. The foreign body was still showing signs of life at this time, but just barely, and we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you, perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did our girl. I was suddenly on my feet, like it was only the raising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. Don't you fucking talk about her like that. Like any of you gave a shit about her, I'll fucking kill you. Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lips thinned. No, you won't. But if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It will only make things harder, not easier. Feeling a stab of panicked fear, I sat back down. What is this thing you're gonna put in me? The man looked at me for several seconds before responding. I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and, frankly, hurtful outburst. But I'll be the bigger person. Letting out a small sigh, he went on. Thomas, somewhere there is a tree. A very special tree. We suspect it is the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as you have never been able to find it. It is either hidden away very well, or it is able to hide itself from those it wishes. I just looked at him, trying to kill him by just wanting it to be so. In any case, we have the next best thing, an ancient clipping from the tree, secured at great cost and sacrifice, and studied for a long time without much success. We have, however, in recent years been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought that soil was Rachel. But while it did develop further inside of her, she died before the necessary growth was finished. Leaning forward, he smiled at me. We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed. I'm cringing. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. I fought them when they came, but it didn't matter. I woke up sometime later with a dull ache in my chest and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. It didn't really feel that different other than a little bit of pain, but I knew it would change with time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel, or maybe I had less. It didn't matter, wait, what was that? There was some kind of soft voice. Coming from where? It wasn't in the room, it wasn't in my head. I felt a thrill of excitement. Maybe this was Rachel's voice. She had somehow stayed in the tree thing they put inside of me? But no. I had never heard Rachel's voice, but I sensed this wasn't it. This voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood. And it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. It was a melody, a kind of song. But it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was the song of the thing inside of me. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. But that didn't last long. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trapped here just like I was. But it started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door, and as I did so, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked, and when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How was this possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer, but there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow from flashlights began to light up the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up, or take this thing back out of me before we could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark to run until we were safe. So I listened and I ran. We coming to the end. Dun, dun, dun. People run. First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kinda wish I sat on a chair instead of a bed. Every door unlocked for me. Every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looking for me were barking over orders over a radio, asking someone what was the holdup on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, the hallway stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind but not falling. Lost but not being found. When I reached the final door, I opened it into a bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, unrecycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as panic began to rise in my chest. All this, and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside a plain brown building in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and to the left there was Rachel's forest, from her first painting to me. I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not just because of it matching the painting so closely. I had some strange sense that it felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled when I looked again at those woods. This was right. Somehow, I knew this was the way I needed to go. So I went. I had made it to the edge of the forest when I heard the noise of men coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me, and I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead. Just making sure you can't see my toes. I plunged ahead, running at close to a reckless speed, but never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as I spread out to search, but the sounds grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard a short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close to me without knowing it. Panicking, I looked for any place to hide. There were only bushes and trees and, over there, a well. Not just any well, but Rachel's well, with the same worn gray stone walls capped with a weathered wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They'd check the well if they found it, and I didn't have any way to get down it without getting hurt or stuck. Then an idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved to the well and gingerly pushed on the lid. At first, it resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside enough that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glancing around, I eased back into the bushes as I heard soft footfalls approaching. We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not. He probably broke his neck if he did, and then it's our asses. I could see oh, that's pretty five-head. I could see the two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back at the other one. Better that than he was hiding in there and we didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the wall and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground. Hitting a button on his rifle, a flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. He started to shine it down inside the well as the other continued to look in every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I just had to stay calm, think slow, and move fast. Shouldn't it be think fast and move slow so they don't hear it anyways? I kept expecting to hear them yell or feel something or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. As the afternoon light began to dim, As the afternoon light began to dim, I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching a road. It looked like a normal public road too, with several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out of the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. The idea of hitchhiking, especially this close to where they held me, was frightening, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me and my own shoes, but I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far away enough that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to a stop next to me. The passenger window rolled down. An older man with white hair and a grayish mustache leaned over and peered down at me. "You look lost, son. Need a ride?" I looked down at the door of the truck. It had a logo that said Martinez and Sons Construction and Hauling. Below it was a cartoon man hitting a wall with a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer! Looking back up, I smiled at him. "Yes, sir, I do." Oh my God, she was showing him how to get out. Sorry. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I had planned on staying awake the entire trip, but that had only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion overtook me. I glanced over at Oliver Martinez and he quickly gave me a toothy grin. "I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I've got to fuel up, shower, and get some grub. I'm going on to California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sounds good?" I nodded and thanked him again for the ride as I got out. I felt groggy from sleeping, but otherwise okay. I just needed to decide whether this was a good spot to ask for help or if I should ride with Martinez further. He seemed like a very nice guy, and he would probably try to help if he could, but I wanted to avoid putting more people in danger if I could help it. Looking around, I saw we were in a fairly nice little town. I decided I would go looking around for a few minutes and then decide what to do. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw the flickering lights in the distance. It was a movie theater. As I got closer, I felt my chest tightening. It was the one from Rachel's painting. Okay, now what? "Hey there, welcome to the Phoenix." The guy standing at the candy counter of the theater looked a little younger than me, and while he seemed friendly enough, he also looked slightly concerned. "If you're here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see it, though." I shook my head and tried not to look as strange and crazy as I felt. "No, that's okay. I recognized this place from a picture a friend of mine painted, so I came in to ask if you knew anything about her." He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Okay, weird," he smiled and added, "Weird, but interesting. Who is she?" I swallowed. "Her name is, well, it was Rachel Donovan." I expected him to look surprised or excited or angry, but I could see right away that the name meant nothing to him. Shaking his head, he shrugged again. "Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week." Nodding, I searched my mind for something else to ask, some way to make this place matter the way her other paintings had. "Is there anything unique about this place then? Its history or something?" The man grinned. "Buddy, you're clearly not from here. This place is super boring. Not just the theater, but the whole town." Frowning in thought, he added, "The only thing I know about the history of this place is that there used to be a house here that burned down. This was in like the 1920s or 30s when this wasn't even part of town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it beyond that, but I bet it's still the most interesting thing that's ever happened here." I let out a disappointed sigh. "Okay, well, thanks." I turned to leave when the guy called out again. "Hey man, sorry I couldn't help you more. If you come back, I'll get you a discount on a movie. Half off. If I'm not working, tell Marshall said it was okay." I waved and tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. "Why did you lead me here, Rachel? What's here that will help?" I was outside again, staring up at the theater's bright blinking signs as though they were going to give some kind of secret signal, when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. There was an alley that ran alongside the theater and went behind it. To something. Whatever was back there, the light of a distinct security lamp cast shadow along the wall of the alley, and those shadows were moving. Instead of feeling afraid, I felt excited as I started down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. Keep looking until the shadows were made by leaves blowing in some wind I couldn't feel. As I got to the far end of the alley, I saw there was a small backyard behind the theater surrounded by a chain link fence. And on the other side of the fence was the tree from Rachel's painting, with its deep red twisting bark and foam of green leaves waving to and fro in the night. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest as the distant singing began again. This was the place. The special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. It sat at the edge of a small, overgrown lot surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards, somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up, and despite its location, I had a strong sense that I was the first to see it in a very long time. All right, how you gonna make this tree spooky? Climbing the fence, I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and rip my pants as I fell over the top. I was bleeding a little, but I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was a rich, good smell, unlike any I had smelled before. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder as I touched it. I felt stronger and less afraid then, and when I saw the light opening up at its roots, I didn't tremble. I smiled. There was a hidden tunnel under the tree. A tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smelled, but also different. And the tunnel wasn't dark. No, not at all. It glowed with its own golden light that called to me. Wow. I think I talked so much yesterday when I did Dr. Pokey, and I spent all night talking to my friends that my voice is actually giving out already. Wow. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm sorry. I did not think that this story would be so long, but now I know to check for future stories. So this is the last of it. Let's finish it up and hope that it has a satisfying ending. How the fuck have I been reading for 2 hours already? What? 2 hours? What? Aw, Chad, I'm so sorry. Pee break very soon. Very, very soon. Otherwise, just put me on your phone and you go pee break on your own. Rain was beginning to fall as I looked around the dark lot. I had the thought that I was leaving this world behind, and I found I didn't mind that much at all. The tunnel had continued to grow, slanting down gently and tall enough that I walked in without stooping. The roots of the tree went on and on, woven through the dirt walls as I went deeper. I looked back and saw the tunnel had closed behind me, but I wasn't surprised. The way forward was the only way that mattered. This is getting insane. I walked for what might have been hours, but I never felt tired or hungry, and I never worried I was lost, though I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Still, I felt a surge of happiness and excitement when I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a brick wall, but just as I began to think I'd found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel, looking out at the floor of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but in the light from the tree, I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2? I felt my pulse quicken as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theater seats, and then stepped out into the room. It was the empty basement of a house, and as I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw that the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but bright sunlight poured in through every window, and in the distance, I could hear what sounded like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go out and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues, but there were none. The house was utterly bare of any sign of people other than the number scratched into the floor below. Oh, sorry. I wanted to see how close we were to the end, but we close. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the bench on what I soon figured out was a small deserted island, and I realized with little surprise that I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. As I stepped off the porch, I saw no signs of people, but I wasn't entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it couldn't be the same tree as the abandoned lot, but at the same time, I knew that it was, or at least a different part of the same tree that made the tunnels and appeared in my old world and whatever this place was. Because I had started having the thought as soon as I stepped out of the house, I didn't think this was my world. Not exactly. I could see a larger island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels and cars and planes. Or it might not, as those things might not exist here. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger, and I could tell that the texture of things was different somehow. If only a little. Not bad or scary, just different. Bro, you are tripping! Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly lonely, even with the tree nearby. I decided to go back into the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it and I entered the tunnel again. It was only a short time later that I found my second version of the house. Much like the first, the wall faded into a basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 scratched onto the floor. Who was doing that and why? I was going to explore the house more carefully this time as it looked like there were people here, but then I froze. Propped against the brick wall, next to a small stack of boards, was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back into the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had left to hunt. I never went with him and I didn't remember much of what he hunted, but I do know he had an old hound he'd had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him, well, him and being on the trail of something. When Rocker, his name was Rockefeller, got a scent, it was like he was in a trance. He would go and go, this way and that, and to look at him, it looked like he was having a fit, both lost and certain at the same time. But whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down this turn and that. I felt like I was on the trail of something or traveling on memories I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of the distant music in my head as I turned the last corner. And then it fell silent. There was another brick wall, and as I approached, it fell away. It was another basement room, but this one was much smaller. It contained a table, a clothes chest, another room, and an old metal bed that had been broken apart. At the far brick wall, a woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head began to swim as I looked at her from behind, and as she turned to look at me, eyes wide with surprise and fear, I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all, but I managed to let out a single word. Rachel? The woman looked at me, her expression less fearful but still guarded. She had the bed leg partially raised in warning. Yeah, do I know you? Is he moving in time? What the fuck? It was her, but it wasn't. Like the tree on the island, this Rachel looked a few years older, and while she looked stressed and confused at the moment, her eyes didn't seem weighed down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question and not sound creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering, when she asked another, "You came out of the tree tunnel, right?" I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. Studying me, she said, "Where did you come from? Before the tunnel, I mean." I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. Well, I came from Texas. Originally, I mean. She grinned at me for a second before catching herself and trying to look serious again. "Yeah, okay, but do you know how the tree works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get here?" Sighing, I rubbed my head and just started getting into it. Oh, is Jake here? Hi, Jake and Bakey. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room, and that woman was you, or another version of you. And she asked me for help, and I couldn't help her, and then they took me, and I found out she had been dead for a long time, but could see me in the future, and then they put something from the tree in me that had been in her, that killed her, and then I escaped, and then I figured out where to go to find the tree from things she had painted, and I somehow knew how to get into the tunnels to find different spots, and I'm pretty sure the tunnels lead to different worlds, and I got this sledgehammer, and then hold up, goddamn, take a break, you're gonna pass out. She was smiling again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. Love. She looked over what was left of the bed to where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. And did you say sledgehammer? Whack. So yeah, I believe you. Whack. I've been in those tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so he could tie me to the tree in this place. Whack. Well, not to tie me to the tree literally. Take his place as what? The tree's buddy or something? I don't really know. It's all pretty fucked up and I don't understand all of it. Whack. But what I do understand is that the fucker walled me up in here. At first, I thought I could just pry loose some bricks over time, but nope. He put a layer of concrete on the outside this time. Good old Phil. Or Justin. Or whatever. I mainly think of him as fuckface now. Whack. This is taking forever. I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns. We had cleared away even more bricks than she had already managed, but the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks. At first, I thought she was whacking him. Holy shit. I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me, but I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly and let go of the hammer. Before I swung, I looked at her. How long have you been in here like this? Whack. Rachel scowled? It's hard to say for sure, but I think about 8 months. I let the hammer drop down as my eyes widened. How did you survive all that time? Her scowl deepened. It's the tree. It won't let me die. I just dip into the tunnel every day for a bit, and I never get that hungry or thirsty. A thought occurred to me. Why didn't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I've had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice, and I don't want to be more tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out of here into my own world, and then I can try and figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good. Rachel shrugged. I would have done it eventually with the stupid bed parts, but who knows how long it would have taken. She smiled again. I'm very happy you came to help me and brought a sledgehammer with you. Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the hammer again. Me too. Whack. We were both wringing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we'd made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone, but she couldn't be sure, so we had to be careful. Grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room, we made our way towards the stairs. The house was decorated but quiet, and we saw no sign of anyone as we walked to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun was coming up on a new day, and as we walked out onto the porch, I jumped a little as Rachel took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I looked over at her. I hadn't been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point at all, because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places or the future. She had been able to see into other worlds and possibilities. Like this one, where another version of her was trapped and needed help. A place where I wouldn't be hunted and she could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face, and looking into her eyes, I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who, in the end, had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, and all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her away from the house. For now, this was enough. I thought we were reading spooky stories. Not love stories. Still cute though. These stories have been a long time coming. Not only does it show the somewhat happy ending for two characters I care about, but also gives me the chance to do something I've often wished for when I read stories I really enjoyed. Have more story. Oh, there's more. Anyways, I thought that was a good story, but again, why are these on no sleep? Like this, I'm about to sleep right now. I'm just kidding. I do think it was a very interesting story, but yeah. Do you guys, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Whack. It was scary, was it? It wasn't that scary to me. You don't sleep because it's so long, Pepe. Yo, there's literally nothing on the internet is better than Twitch chat. Just being honest. Whack. 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 It was good. I'm glad you guys liked it. You know what I'm gonna do now? I'm gonna like skim through the stories before I read them, both for length of the story and to see whether it gets like scary so I can actually freak you guys the fuck out. But you guys you won't know. Ha 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 ha. They don't know. They don't know. You know what? I kind of want to see. This one is a true story and it's on a different subreddit. Do you guys want to do a pee break? Here, we can do a pee break and like a talking break. Pee break, guys? Okay. pee break for 6 minutes. For 6 minutes, you guys can just, go do whatever. Grab a snacky. You know what? I'm going to grab a snacky. So, yeah. 6 minutes. Is 6 too long? What, you guys want like 3 minutes? That's a long pee. Okay, fine. 3 minutes. Now it's only 2 minutes left, so go pee. My Mimi is right there and she's so cute. OMG, no 6. Okay, guys, 6 minutes. 4 minutes now. Just go pee. 5 minutes, okay? You have 5 minutes to pee. At 6:30, we'll start again. Y'all are freaking memers. 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 Hey. Hey. Sorry, I have to be very careful, you know. Very, very careful. Mimi's just like, why the fuck did you wake me, bro? Mimi, it's because I have to be very, very careful. Very? Oh, wait. I'm way too zoomed in, right? Oh no, I'm way too... Oh no, it's so zoomed in. Oh no. Fed. Let me see if he's around. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. Hello? 911? I need some help fixing my framing. Hello? Hello? 911. Hello? Who it is? Why do you sound different? Come back where? Yeah, stop! Fed, can you please help me with my framing? Stop being gross. Come upstairs and help me. Please. Okay, thanks. Bye. Could you guys hear that? He was like, it's going to be 500 this time, honey. He was, I don't know, his voice sounded so weird too. Ah, hi. Hi. Oh, I just like got up and then I like put Mimi in the cam and so I fucked up my framing and I was like, if I do it myself, it's gonna be too much work. So, yeah.
What do you want me to show? Actually, is it good?
Like, oh, yeah, don't show that. Okay, don't show my feet either.
¿Qué pasa?
No feet, no headspace, no paintings. Nice. Something like that should be fine. Well, like, what do you think? Does it look...
I'm just trying to, because like this fucking piece of shit.
It really is.
What the? This is some Ronald fucking McDonald.
He's like, this is a Ronald McDonald kind of tripod. Fuck, I feel bad. You guys can only hear my half of the dialogue, but Fed's shit-talking me right back. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. No, not good enough.
No, I think that's okay.
Really?
I thought that was okay.
Hey, look.
But my head's cut off. Fed.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't
So just zoom it out.
listen. Oh.
Oh, you guys can hear him? Nice. Oh my god, is my head cut off last time too? Oh no.
What the fuck?
Oh, what did you...
Talk to them.
What did you do?
Talk to them.
Oh no!
Why is it like this? Oh, there we go. Hey.
Zoom.
Is that good? No, closer?
No.
Oh.
I thought, well, oh, you can see the thingies? I don't really like that.
Oh yeah, it says Pakistan.
Guys, you literally can't leak anything. It's my camera. Is it super dark?
I just fixed it.
Did he fix it?
You don't trust me?
I don't know. You think it looks decent?
Yes.
Are you coming to the thing tonight?
Yeah.
What if I don't want you to go?
I won't fucking go then.
Okay, well, I don't want you to go, so don't go.
Alright, fuck it. A free night for me.
Okay, wait, I was kidding. Come with us.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That was pretty easy. Am I sure?
Should I go?
Aw, her tail.
Why did her
When-
tail stop wagging when I asked her a question?
That's her way of saying no.
Alright,
All right. See you. Chat. How we doing now? How's life? How's it looking? Sorry, I see some funny messages. It's very rare for me to see funny messages in my chat, so when I do, I like to really take... I'm just kidding. You know what's annoying? I wear so much under everything that I wear anyways, and I'm still careful about showing, like, literally fucking anything. Oh, sorry, I'm swearing. So, Pokey's knees look like angry babies. Everybody looks like angry babies. Actually leaked, though, but I don't know what there is to leak through a camera. What am I gonna leak? My goddamn resolution? The FPS at which I shoot? My current ISO? What am I leaking? Leaked convo on... Leaked conversation on my camera. I wish you guys could see Mimi right now. She's plopping her head over the bed. And it's so cute. You ever just look at a cat and you're like, why are you being so cute? Stop. You know? Okay, I'm going to do this whole one. Seated. Pog. Yeah. I'm going to be standing. Posture strong. It's going to be incredible. It's gonna be incredible. Yeah, incredible. It's gonna be incredible. Sorry, choker was choking me. So this next one that I'm reading is from a different subreddit, and they are like real stories. Yeah. And it's not long. So, press 1 if you're ready. I think this one's a tearjerker. Do you guys want a tearjerker or do you want a spookier? Spooky. Let's see. I think this one's good. It's not long, so even if it's bad, it's not a bad investment. All right, like you can see, it's like half the page, half the iPad. A weird flex, but yeah. It's only half of the iPad 11 Pro. I got the bigger version, the Max. Fucking camera, sorry. My brother saw a ghost as a kid. 2 decades later, I realized what he actually saw. I was about 7 years old. My brother was about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us in bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us 3 at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left would put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors we kept always locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kind of leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm going to try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family in a quiet rural WV neighborhood? I don't know what the fuck WV means. I asked her what she was talking about and she looked equally surprised as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running and how she grabbed my dad's... Oh my God. Sorry, Mimi like flickered her tail and it wasn't in my peripheral vision before and then it was and I was like, what the fuck? Sorry, that really... These stories spook me. Wow, I'm a goddamn baby. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window. This is the mom talking. And when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom. She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall, white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago in my mid-20s that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Ah, that's so spooky. Sorry, one dude was like fake and gay. Okay. I want to reread what the brother said. So the brother said, "I'm going to try to pee before I go to bed. These past few nights, I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway." So what the fuck? I still can't tell whether he was in the house with them or if he was just living like on/around the house at the time. Oh no, Chad, it's El Goblino. That's so spooky. It gave me chills. Yeah, that was... I think it's spooky because you can imagine being like 20 and like realizing that when you were young, you were like this close to fucking dying or this close to a murderer for multiple days. Anywho's, let's get another one. I like these. Oh, this one's a bit long. There's one that might make you angry, or do you guys want another spooper? You want another spooper? Yeah? Okay, I'll keep looking. By the way, these aren't stories. These are like real incidents that people have that they share on this thingy. Let's try this one. It's also not too long. So last night I was at a classmate's house. Oh, well, the title is Had an Incredibly Frightening Experience Last Night and Wanted to Know if anyone has ever had a similar encounter. So, last night I was at a classmate's house working on a group project we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in the town where our university is located, and my classmate lives at his parents' house, which is in the foothills just outside of town. In order to get to the house, you have to drive along a relatively secluded and narrow 2-lane road for about 5 to 6 miles. We started working on the project at about 6 p.m., and I ended up hanging around for a while after we had finished our working. So I left his house pretty late, about 11, and started down the road back towards town. I didn't realize how tough it would be to navigate the road at night. There were no street lights, and the road was unkept and riddled with potholes. On top of this, I had no cell service, so I had to drive very slowly to make sure I didn't blow out one of my tires, since I had used my spare a couple of weeks back. I figure I was about 3 miles from the house when I rounded a tight corner and saw a pickup truck with a camper shell parked diagonally across the road. The manner in which it was parked completely impeded my path, and I couldn't drive around it because there was a gully on both sides of the road. The only way for me to go at this point was backwards, where there was a pull-off that I could use to turn my car around. At first, I couldn't see inside the cab, but when I turned on my high beams, I saw that there was a man slouched over in the driver's seat, his head resting against the steering wheel as if he had been knocked out after a bad accident. I immediately sensed something was wrong. The way his car had just coincidentally come to rest in a position that totally blocked the road was a big red flag for me. 5 head. I had heard stories of people playing dead in the road as a way to lure unsuspecting people out of their cars so they could rob them. I decided, fuck this shit, and elected to go back to my classmate's house and explain what was going on. I threw the car into reverse and kept my eyes darting back and forth between my rear view and the truck. I looked and saw that I was almost to the pull-off where I could turn around. When I looked back, my heart skipped about 5 beats. The man who had been slouched over in the driver's seat was now walking at my car at a hurried pace, while a few other men jumped out of the camper shell and started moving towards me as well. I panicked and accelerated backwards into the pull-off, which messed up the undercarriage of my car pretty bad. As I put it into drive, the guy was already at my passenger side door, tugging on the handle, which, thank the Lord, was locked. I only caught a brief glimpse of him, but his face appeared to be scabbed and leathery, definitely a meth head or some sort of drug abuser. I sped away and didn't slow down at all until I reached the house, constantly checking my rear view to see if they were following. Thankfully, they didn't tell me, and when I reached the house, I explained what had happened to my classmates, and we called the cops. I was grateful that my buddy's parents were kind enough to let me stay the night. They didn't find anyone on the road matching the description, but I filed an incident report, and they told me they would be on the lookout for similar vehicles and suspicious activity. But holy shit, I'm still so shook up over it. I keep getting the same adrenaline rush I got when I saw the guy charging me whenever I think about it. Please share similar experiences you had. I would appreciate a good read or a good discussion to help clear my headspace. Bro. F that. The thought of like being in a car, it's like the classic movie scene. Being in a car, wanting to leave, and then you see people start chasing like behind you. No, thank you. This kind of sounds like a funny one. Do you guys want to read this? My friend went crazy, later found out she sent a guy 65,000 texts after one date and broke into his house. Or we could read more spoopy ones. This one just sounds like juicy, you know what I mean? Can you imagine 65K? Like, I didn't even know you could send that many messages from a phone. Insane. Ooh, should I put spoopy music on? Well, let me know if you guys can hear it at all. Can you hear it from there? By the way, guys, I'm sorry my throat is a little not at its best. I was wondering if you guys would also be interested in me doing this next week. Next Sunday, if I don't have plans. You can't hear it? No worries. I'll put it on my actual PC. Even though I'll have to get up. Yeah? Okay, good. Because it's 7 now. I'll try to do at least 1 more hour as long as my voice doesn't actually start giving out. Otherwise, I know how to set this up for next time. Shouldn't be hard or anything. And I'm going to spoopify it even more. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, just trying to spoop you guys, but I don't even think you could see Mimi. She looking so cute. Ma, good morning. Alright. Story time? Or no? Story time? Or no? Story time? Or no? Oh, I'm watching Parasite tonight. I hope it's good. Or no? Alright. I have reached out to the mods with evidence to verify this story, blah, 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 blah. Okay. A lot of people may have heard about this girl. She was all over the news after she stalked a guy, bombarded him with 65,000 texts, and broke into his house all over one date. We met shortly after she went on that date with him, and we were friends for a while before she broke into his house. At first, she seemed like a nice, I'm having trouble with that word, and quirky person. I met her when I spent a couple of months visiting the west coast of the US in summer 2017. I thought she was cute and we spent a lot of time together. We were living next door to each other for a few weeks, but we were never really more than friends. I stopped having any sort of non-platonic feelings after she started talking a lot about a guy she had met on some dating website. Apparently, he was her soulmate, and she had somehow been guided to him by following her birth calendar. I would only later come to know that they had only been on one date and he had never spoken to her again. I thought that was weird, but I enjoyed our conversation for the most part and she was funny and nice, so we remained friends. Eventually, she moved on to short flings with a guy and then another girl from Tinder. All the while still talking to me about this guy that she was going to marry, saying that she liked how jealous he got when she would tell him about hooking up with other people. A couple of weeks later, she started to get really erratic. I confronted her a few times about how she was acting, and she told me that she had recently stopped taking her meds, but would start taking them again. She came home one day and decided to tell me that she had a court date coming up for a DUI. I had no idea if this is actually true, but if there's a way to find that out, it happened in Arizona, and her name is pretty easy to find, so someone could look it up if they wanted to know. Her plan was instead to leave the country and go to South America. I told her what a dumb idea that was, and even though she actually went all the way to the airport in a different city, she wound up coming back. Apparently, her soulmate was no longer answering her texts, and she took that as a sign that she should drag her ass back to where he was and fix the relationship. She was upset that he may be seeing other people, even though it seemed okay to her that she was seeing other people. Later on, she told me that she had texted him and said if he blocked her, she would know that meant he wanted her to come find him. Obviously, he blocked her. Obviously, that did not go well for her. So she moved a couple of days later and the summer was ending and I moved back to the East Coast. I didn't hear from her for a little while, but then we started talking again through text and WhatsApp. She seemed like she was doing better. She told me she had found a roommate and was working on her art again and just generally seemed like she was in a better place. I was happy to have my friend back and healthy, but that didn't last longer than a couple of months. Eventually, her behavior started to seem erratic again. She was sending dozens of texts at a time and they were all over the place. Several of them had to do with her soulmate and how she was still following him even though he had called the police and blocked her. I told her to stop, tried to get her to take her meds, and tried to reason with her 100 times. I was on the opposite side of the country and had no way of getting in touch with her family, who I never knew much about, or friends to try to get them to help her. She was a kind person and a good friend when she was taking care of her mental health and I cared about her, but I couldn't force her to take care of herself. One day, I set aside some time to call her and told her that she was overwhelming me and that she really needed to reach out to her family or someone who could help her. She told me I couldn't do that because she needed to stay with me or she would have to go back to her ex-husband. I didn't think any of this was true, but she thought her ex-husband was going to have her killed or followed, that he had the entire police force in his pocket and had paid off her family to give him intel on her whereabouts and what was going on in her life. I had just moved for a job and I lived in a small studio in a big city. I had no room for anyone to stay long term and I wasn't going to do that anyway since she was starting to scare me at this point. She asked me if I was still living at my address, which really freaked me out because I had never given her my address or put it anywhere online, and she wouldn't tell me how she got it. I asked her to leave me alone and told her we couldn't be friends anymore unless she took some steps to get better. She obviously didn't take this well. Though I hated my tiny, cramped apartment, the reason I was drawn to it was because it had great security. It was actually on the upper floors of a hotel, although hotel rooms were much nicer than the residence, and no one was allowed through to the residence elevators unless the resident had given their name to security ahead of time, and the guests had to show ID. After what happened next, I loved my cramped little apartment because the staff kept me safe. It had been over a week since I had talked to her because I blocked her number and blocked her on WhatsApp. She tried texting me from 4 different phone numbers, using text-free, etc., but I just blocked them all and never responded. I was walking home from work one day, and I was sure I saw her across the street from my building, but it was storming out and I didn't get a good view. I rushed upstairs and calmed myself down in my apartment. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It's a big city. Lots of people have brown hair and glasses. I'm just worried about her. But then the phone rang. The desk was calling to see if I'd forgotten to let them know I had a visitor. My heart sank. I asked them who was waiting. They said they tried asking for her name or ID, but she just walked out. And I knew it was her by the way that they described her. I texted a mutual friend from over the summer. I wasn't really close with him, so we hadn't stayed in touch, but he told me she had lost it and that he had blocked her too. Apparently, she had gone back on the dating site she met her soulmate on and found someone who looked just like him in my city. She was convinced it was him and had come to find him. This was a very touristy city, but there was just no way this guy had coincidentally come out here. I was sure she had gone bonkers, and I knew she was well aware of where that guy actually lived. Just making sure you can't see my feet, sorry. I took a page out of her book and used a text-free number to text her that she should leave me alone and I would call the cops if she ever came near me or my building again. In retrospect, I shouldn't have contacted her at all, but I was emotional and not using my better judgment. She said she just wanted to know if I could help her find something. Texted back really fucking fast and didn't even try to hide it. Then I deleted the text-free app so she couldn't reach me again. I lived in a very crowded area and I knew she couldn't get into my building, but I was still scared whenever I took public transit alone at night or was walking through less crowded areas to get home. I had a friend who used to work for the police, but not in the city or at the time this all happened, and she would drive or walk me home from work whenever she could for a while. She told me I should go ahead and report it even though they couldn't really do anything since she hadn't hurt me and nothing really happened, but I was embarrassed and again, I didn't use my better judgment. I felt like it was fault for engaging with her for so long. I knew she was mentally unstable and I would still try to be her friend and help her. Maybe I gave her the wrong idea that I could do more for her. I ended up moving to a new city for another job after that and I didn't hear from her again. I later found out the reason why was that a couple of months later she had once again gone back to Arizona and had been arrested for breaking into her soulmate's house and using his bathtub. They found a large knife in her car. I didn't want to get into too much detail about her stalking of that guy and what she said about him in our texts because I wanted to try and focus more on my personal experience with her instead of his, but I could answer some questions in the comments if anyone has any. Oh my god, he wrote in the TLDR that he had later found out she bombarded him with 65,000 texts. Some of them included violent messages about wanting to cut off his body parts and wear them. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to see comments that the OP posted. Damn, he was so lucky to live in a place with such good security. That's insane. You know, the freaky thing is, this is like relatively common, especially when you start meeting a lot of people online. Also because it's kind of harder to it's kind of harder to filter people online or to really know who you're talking to or know much about them. This is all public, but actually, I'm not going to get into who said it, but there have been streamers who have gotten really close to their mods and then found out that literally everything their mods have told them, even though they'd known them for perhaps years, was just lies. Which is insane on one hand, because you probably start feeling like you know someone so well, but on the other hand, if it's just typing, you know, it is relatively easy for someone to just lie, you know? Oof. I think I've met some people who definitely have some issues online. I mean, I've been on the internet for years, and I mean before I even became a streamer. And I think it can also be easier for people to admit things via the internet, but it doesn't make it any less scary. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not, but nonetheless, fucking weird. I can't even say right now the kind of stuff that people have told me, but maybe someday. Hello, baby. Look at my cat, guys. wait, the spoopy music is still going on. Does it help? Does it help? I feel like it must. Right? Can anyone remind me how to turn on dark mode for mobile? Mimi stepped on my phone and turned it off. What's the scariest ghost encounter you've ever had? I've never had a ghost encounter. Ah, 2-finger swipe. Nice, thank you. You need to sound more scary? I will try. I do have a friend who is an incredibly normal guy who very much believes in ghosts, and I think believes that he has like a sixth sense that allows him to sense ghosts. Yeah. But I've never personally had an encounter like that. Luckily. Literally on I see dead people type of shit. Yeah, insane. Pretty sure that's the opposite of normal. What I mean is like everything else about him is very normal. Like imagine making a good friend and you're like, oh, cool guy, blah blah blah, play video games, blah 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 blah. And then out of nowhere they just tell you that. And it like there's some people that you would expect it more out of, and he's just not one of those people. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's see if I can find you guys another one. Until then, I'm gonna lay back if that's okay. I'm just gonna browse like this. If you see this, it is very important that you keep reading. This is Cole, Jacob Wayne of the United States Air Forces. If you're reading this right now, it is very important that you keep reading until the end. It should take 3 to 5 minutes, and it is extremely important that you read carefully and follow the instructions provided. Humor me if you must, but please don't look away until you've finished reading. Oh, and please try to stay calm. Any increase in your stress levels will draw their attention. Ergo, I won't go into detail as to how you got where you are. How you got here isn't as important as getting out. Believe me when I say we are working on that right now. The best way to help yourself is to keep reading. Don't scan ahead, don't read out loud, just read. Well, shit. Right now, you're probably thinking back on the past few days and nothing felt out of the ordinary. You went about your regular daily activities with nothing unusual to report. That's because they are very good. So good, most people don't even realize they're in the simulation. Even as our code works, it's way deeper into their program. Even as our code works, it's way deeper into their program. They are monitoring you. So please remain calm. It was tricky, but we found a way in to communicate directly with you. We had to embed this message into your daily routine so it didn't draw their attention. You're probably reading this on Reddit, Facebook, or some other social media site. Might even be in an email, forward, or a book. We don't know. We can't control how the message gets to you. We only know that you are receiving it. Subliminally, as your eyes are passing over these words, a code is being uploaded into your brain. Think of it as a computer virus, or in this case, an antivirus. Your brain is an organic computer, and they exploited that. They hacked right into your subconscious mind and overrode it with their simulation code. That's how they got in. And that's why everything appears normal. You might think that you're going about your daily life, but in reality, you're strapped to a table with tubes sticking out of your body. Now that the code is uploading, you may begin to feel some sensations. For example, one ear might feel slightly warmer than the other. You might even feel an itch or tickle. Don't scratch, just let it be. Ignore the dull background hum you might hear as well. That's their programming. If they catch on before our code has time to work, they will abort the simulation. If that happens, you will be lost to us forever. Oh, and don't be alarmed, but by now, they realize we are in their system. You may notice some small changes. Specifically, a slight shortness of breath or that you have to control your breathing manually. This is normal. We know that from other communication attempts that whenever they discover a code break-in, the first system they power down is the one controlling your breathing. Thankfully, even in the simulation, you are capable of breathing manually. Try it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Inhale. Exhale. Awesome. You're doing just fine. They've probably just figured out there's a glitch, but if our code is working, we've disabled their ability to do a hard reboot. Because of this, they will try other methods to disrupt the upload. It is very important that you ignore everything that might draw your attention from these words. If they pull you away before the upload completes, it will delete our code. Block them out, ignore the movements you see in your peripheral vision, those sounds you hear, the voices. They aren't family, friends, or coworkers in need of attention. They may even try to use your pets. They know your weaknesses. Oh my god, Mimi. Overlook the notifications popping up on your screen if you're on your phone or computer. Block them all out until you finish reading. It's just another way they'll try to break our communication link. Evidently, if our code is working, the next thing you'll notice is an overwhelming urge to swallow. You don't realize it, but there's a feeding tube down your throat. You'll only now know it's there because your tongue won't rest comfortably in your mouth. You might also become hyper aware of the amount of saliva being produced. Don't overreact. If you have to swallow, just swallow. It's only weird if you make it weird. So if you're still reading this, the code upload is about 90% complete. We've locked on your location, you're doing great, but you're really going to need to focus now. Once the upload is complete, there will be instructions you will need to follow the exit simulation. That is, if you follow the instructions and haven't looked away. Complicating matters is the fact that they now know we're here and they know what we're doing. Their attempts to divert your attention through the simulation provided unsuccessful, so now they're going to use your body system against you. They are in your brain. They want you to blink. Don't blink. Your life depends on keeping your eyes open. Almost there. Just a few paragraphs more until the code upload is complete. Don't scan down or up. Just keep reading. I got you this far. Stay with me. Eyes open. Eyes front. Keep them locked on the screen. Please focus. I don't want to lose you. I've lost so many already. Ignore it all. Block everything out. Ignore the tickle on your scalp and the itch on your arm. That's them attempting a manual overdrive. Don't give up now. You've made it this far. Fight it. You're almost there. Just follow the instructions below and we can get you out. Embedded in this next text are the steps you need to follow to unplug from the simulation. If we did this correctly, the first letter of each paragraph will let you know what to do. Don't look yet. The upload still needs to finish. I hope you didn't look. Upload complete. We've done everything we can on the end. See you on the other side. Oh my god. There is no way to escape. Oh, well. To escape us. Oh, that was nice. Well, fuck. Yo, when they said don't blink, I tried. But I just couldn't. Imagine. Don't blink or you'll die. You just fucking insta-die. Okay. Do you guys think I'm molding? Oh, wait, there we go. Nice. Wow. Yo, guys, literally try to sit on your bed for like 4 hours. It's harder than it looks. Now what? Now what? What the fuck? My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My mother-in-law was poisoning me, then I found out why. Yo. These sound good. Am I right? Yo, I kind of want to do the mom one. Everyone has their own nightmares in-law story, though I couldn't imagine how bad mine would be. As it turns out, the worst thing wasn't my mother-in-law poisoning me. The worst thing was why she did it. I met Craig on one of my rare vacations, and we had sort of a whirlwind relationship. We fell hard for each other and were married in a courthouse wedding within 2 months without ever meeting each other's families. Mine visited a few weeks later after their initial shock. They really liked Greg. While we got moved in together and figured out married life, I got to hear more about his parents who lived near the rest of his extended family a few hours away, though we never saw them. My work schedule is rough. I work 6 to 7 days a week, and my off days are a blur of appointments and errands. I think in the 2 years before I met Craig, I only left the city once. I finally got a few days off so we could head to visit his family about 6 months later. His whole family came over and everyone seemed thrilled to meet me, except for his mom, Betsy. She was cold and distant and could sit there without saying a single word to me. It was creepy, but I kept trying to spark up conversation. On our last day, he announced that we should take an afternoon hike up to the national park their house sat on the edge of. Betsy made lunch and I was changing to go out when it hit me. Just waves of nausea. Nausea? I wound up in the bathroom for hours that afternoon. I figured it was just a touch of something and thought nothing of it. We went back a few months later and again had a great time except for Betsy. She wouldn't talk to me, though Craig brushed it off and said she was just getting to know me. He finally said we could rent jet skis the next day and explore a lake in the next town as a way to get out of the house and unwind, which made me feel better. I was so excited to tell everyone where we were going, but it wasn't to be. After eating, I got so sick I could barely walk for the next 2 days. At this point, I started to get suspicious. No one else was sick, and we all ate the same food. It seemed like Betsy must have been up to something, but it wasn't until our next visit when a night in a romantic cottage another hour up the road was canceled due to me getting sick that I was sure Betsy was poisoning me. Craig said I was insane. He said it must be an allergy to something his mom used in her cooking, which actually made sense, though I never had time to set up an appointment to get it checked out. Still, I decided on the next trip that I'd make a big casserole and bring it with us. If I cooked the food and served it, nothing could be added. Well, I hadn't had 2 bites before I realized I had left the wine I was drinking unattended while I was heating up the casserole, and my stomach was already doing flips. You already know what happened next, and it was not pretty. I was so sure his mom was poisoning me, and I confronted Craig about it. I told him I wouldn't visit his family again if she was there. It was our first big fight, but he finally said he wouldn't force me to visit, and we could figure out how to best deal with the situation. She had never been nice to me, so it wasn't a loss. The next time I got off, we decided we'd head to that little cottage we had rented before and not been able to use. We were driving right past his family's place, and it seemed rude not to stop. So we compromised and bought some pizzas. I even decided just not to drink anything unless it was water from the tap. We got in and threw our pizza on our plates when one of his cousins arrived and everyone briefly left the food unattended. I realized my mistake almost immediately and decided to try an experiment. Ooh, this is what I was waiting for. Give your food to your husband. Craig and I both had 2 slices, so I just switched our plates while everyone was in the next room. Craig was so sick, I was really worried about him. The drive back to the city was awful. We had to pull off a lot, and he was a mess. We had been back home for 3 days before I broke down and told him I'd switch the plates. I've never seen such anger before. The rage in his eyes is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. He shoved me into a wall and then came flying at me. He threw me over the couch, but I somehow managed to grab my keys and phone and ran out the door, not even wearing shoes. I got lucky with the elevator and made it to a friend's place safely, finally turning off my phone after I missed his 47th call. I had no idea what to do or when it would be safe to go home. It was the scariest time of my life. I just thought it'd be a funny meme, bro. Anyways, it was 2 days before I turned my phone back on, and when I heard the message from the police, I drove upstate immediately. Craig was dead. Betsy had shot him after he broke into her house and charged at her with a knife. I learned that Craig had been married once before and his wife had died on a tragic hiking accident. Craig made a lot of money in the life insurance payout, and Betsy always suspected Craig had killed her and was nervous about letting him be alone with me, especially out in the remote area he was so familiar with from his childhood. So she ensured that every time he planned an outing that I would be sick. It wasn't easy, but she didn't think I would believe her, as no one else had ever shared her suspicions about Craig. I found the life insurance policies he took out on me without my knowledge afterward and refused to press charges against Betsy, as she was only trying to protect me. I still visit her from time to time when I need to get out of the city. I love her cooking. Bruh. That was a good plot twist. Oh my god, you can see my foot. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be comfy. That was a good plot twist. Finally a good one. Yeah, that was a really good one. Thoughts? You guys like that one? I think that might be my favorite one. Short, sweet, good plot twist. Rated out of 10. You have a great reading voice. Thank you. I actually think I could be doing a lot better. My voice is just very, very exhausted right now. I'll try to rest it a bit before next Sunday. Oh, actually, if I can, I might even do this Saturday. Saturday or Sunday, sometime next weekend. I think Saturday might be nice for people that are in other parts of the world. Please look at the camera more often. My dude, I'm reading. You want me to look like this? One eye on the text, one eye at the lens? The fuck? Like, alright. Yes, Smiley. Okay, I'll do my best. Can you imagine reading like this? Everyone has their own nightmare in-law story, even though I couldn't imagine how bad mine would be. As it turns out, the worst thing my mother-in-law was poisoning. Sorry, I already messed it up. I could sort of try. I can sort of try. Like if I read it. Anyways. Ooh, there's one about drugs. Y'all like drugs? All right, let's do this one. When there's multiple people in a story, and this one is very dialogue heavy, would you like me to try using different voices? And I want you to know that if I do try this, it's gonna suck. Or at least it'll be kind of bad. Like, especially because my throat is already dying. Yes, if you can. Of course I can. I have a really good man voice. You know what I'm... you know what I'm saying? Fuck. I have a really good man voice. I mean, I was never a heavy addict or anything. Never did heroin or meth. Tried crack cocaine once. That was... yeah... But I was only sober for 8 months between that and when Eddie, an old buddy of mine, introduced me to something called K3. Against my better judgment, I took him up on the offer. You ever heard of K2, bro? He said. He was already high. Spice? Yeah. Synthetic weed. Well, listen, man. I blinked. I looked at our mutual friend Todd and then back at Ed. Listen, what? What? You said, well, listen, man, and then you spaced out. Oh, what were we talking about? K3. Oh, right. You heard of K2? Yes, I just said that. He leaned in close. Well, listen, man. This shit is like K2 and then some. Hence the name K4. I thought you said it was K3. Todd stepped in. Okay, ignore him. He's gone. This isn't synthetic anything, Kev. It's something new. Then why did he call it K4? K3. Then why did he call it K3? He calls it that because the high reminds him of being on Spice or something. But this shit is like on another level. And it ain't cannabin... What the heck is a cannabinoid? Cannabinoid. Is that cannabinoid? Is that how you pronounce it? Cannabinoid? Like cannabis. Cannabinoid. Jesus, that sounds like an organ. I shifted in my seat. Okay, I'm not... I mean, you remember what happened last year, right? Yeah, no, I got you. Listen, though. I've done this shit 4 times already. Haven't had one bad trip yet. First trip, I was just like high off my ass. Nothing made sense. Second trip, I was like an astronaut, bro. I think I saw what exists outside of the universe. Okay, what exists outside of the universe? I said I saw it, not I remember it. But it was wild, okay? I was warming up to the idea. How long does the high last? Depends on the hit and the quality. He held up a small bag of pills. And you know me, man. I only get the best. Sorry, I think it's funny that like people are watching me do this. Anyways. Muffin, his dog, growled from the other side of the room. Muffin! Hey! Down, girl! Is she, okay? She's fine, dude. She's fine, dude. Echoed Eddie. Then he started laughing. Is he on this stuff now? Took it right before you got here. I wanted someone to be sober enough to explain it to you. Thanks? Thank yourself, person, you blittering snark, Eddie said. Then he resumed laughing. What the fuck is that? Anyways. Thanks, Ed. Todd popped his pill in his mouth. I did the same. After a moment, he said, how you feeling? Me? Fine. How long does it take to kick in? He smiled. Should be feeling it momentarily, my dude. Muffin started growling again. Todd clapped back once. Muffin! Shush! Sorry, I lost my place. Come on! I looked at her. She was standing in her crate, baring teeth. The hair on her back stood on end. I don't think she's okay, dude. She's fine. Ed, you good? I looked. Eddie was face down in the cushions of the couch. He wasn't laughing anymore. He was shivering. I said, are we gonna get cold or something? I usually don't, Todd said. Every hit's different, and every person's different. All I know is it's fucking fun. By the way, I'm sorry I have like 2 voices. And there are 3 guys. So, yeah. Main guy sounds like me. Other guys sound like guys. Okay. Ed didn't look like he was having much fun. He doesn't look like he's having much fun, I said. Yeah, well, you know how your friends can be, sweetie, said my mom. I know, Mom. What? I said, I know, Mom. I'm not your mother, said Pastor Lewis. Oh, I said, sorry. He leaned in from where Todd had been. He looked concerned, disappointed, had his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped between them. Kevin, you know you shouldn't be doing this. I know. Especially after what happened last year. What were you thinking? Thought I could handle it, I guess. I stared at the floor. The way the colors on the carpet swirled in and out was always so Sorry, there was a spooky sound outside. Even Mimi woke up. It's gonna be a bad trip, you know. I looked up. Pastor Lewis had on that old evil smile he always had. Or did he? I furrowed my brow. What? It's going to be a bad trip, he said in a deeper voice. Todd said all the trips he had were fun. That doesn't mean it's impossible to have a bad one. Oh, Pastor Lewis doesn't sound like that. Man, who the fuck is Pastor Lewis? Said Pastor Lewis in Todd's voice. I blinked. Todd was sitting there looking at me like I'd lost my mind. I cleared my throat but couldn't feel it. My old youth pastor from back in the day, I said. Muffin barked from her kennel. It was a deafening, alien-sounding bark. Gravelly? Dark. I looked over at her. She looked at me. She barked again, but this time didn't open her snout to do so. Whoa, I said. What? Said Todd. He was crawling on the ceiling, looking down at me in a way that should have broken his neck. Cool how your dog can bark without moving her mouth. Can you sit down? You're kind of weirding me out. Yeah, sorry, said Pastor Lewis before sitting down and becoming Todd. Then Todd said, laughing hysterically, I am sitting, man. He was indeed sitting. I looked up, nobody on the ceiling, and no indication that anybody had been. He was doubled over with laughter, howling, aching laughs. He held his stomach. Is it that funny? It ain't that, Todd said. The spiders in your ears singing. I smiled. Oh yeah? What are they singing? What the fuck is this, man? Todd couldn't stop laughing long enough to respond, but he didn't need to. I could hear it too. Dude, I said, it's that song from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Todd laughed even harder. Man, what? What? You spelled it wrong, my dude. What? Go back. You spelled dwarves wrong. It should be dwarves, not dwarverus. What the fuck is a dwarver? I scrolled up. There it was. Dwarvers. Huh. That's weird. Huh. That's weird. Todd was still laughing, far harder and longer than the situation warranted. How am I seeing words I spoke? I asked. I grabbed at the R in dwarvers so I could rearrange the word, but the R slapped me just as Muffin barked again. Bark smack. A single bark sounded like Satan. I sat back down. Easy there, dwarfers, I said. I'll just spell it right next time, damn. Make sure you do, said Muffin. One by one, the letters comprising the word dwarfers headed out the kitchen window. Dude, I said, Todd, the letters are escaping. Stop the letters, stop the letters. I can't hear you, bro, said Todd in Pastor Lewis's voice. Or Pastor Lewis in Todd's voice. Who were they again? Fuck. Whoever it was said, come downstairs. I am downstairs, I said, before stubbing my toe on his bedroom dresser. I took a step back. I was in his bedroom upstairs. Place was a wreck. Wait, how did I... Come downstairs, said Muffin, demonically. I couldn't see her, but somehow I just knew she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, on two legs, with her head upside down. You know when you just know a dog will look like that? It was one of those times. That's okay, I said. I like it up here. I pulled one of his dresser drawers out, dumped out all of his underwear and condoms, and put it on my head for protection. No way you're getting me now, you bitch! I sat down on his bed, but his bed was on the other end of the room. Ow, I said, sitting on his floor. Hurt my ass. Go downstairs, said Muffin. From so close behind me, she must have been inside my head. Get out of my head, I said. The power of the dresser drawer compels you. I'm sorry if I'm ruining the immersion. Focus. He was crawling on the ceiling, looking down at me in a way that should have broken his neck. Hey. He was crawling on the ceiling, looking down at me in a way that should have broken his neck. Stop it. He was crawling on the ceiling, looking at me in a way that should have broken his neck. Stop repeating that sentence. What sentence? Said Todd. He was in his room. At least, I think he was. I don't know, man. I blinked again. He wasn't there. I could hear him laughing downstairs, hysterically. Holy shit. I could hear myself say. I sounded distant. underwater? Glub, glub, glub. I am not in control right now. I started crawling towards the hallway, and he was crawling on the ceiling, looking down at me in a way that should have broken his... I shoved the sentence aside, the letters crashing into the wall and melted. I kept crawling, but now my hands were getting stuck in the quicksand. Shit, I said, here we go. I made it to the door, but the dresser drawer on my head was too wide. I turned it the other way, the only possible solution to that problem, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Eddie, up and about yet again, was approaching Muffin's kennel, bent over, walking unnaturally. Wide-eyed, mouth open. Out of his mind, Muffin was howling and barking hysterically, but also silent. That's weird, I said. It's gonna be a bad trip, said Pastor Lewis. Okay, sorry. Are you guys too confused by this story at this point? I'm like 2/3 in, if you'd like me to finish this trip. I think it's a much more enjoyable read as I imagine it to be, like hearing it. Do we move on? I thought it was kind of funny, but maybe it's easier to read because like you can imagine the trip, if that makes sense. All right, we can move on. I thought it was shorter than that, to be fair. Yo, I'm going to these, and every time I see a part 2, I'm like, yeah, I'm not reading this one. Does anyone know what an L&M is? No, me neither. Oh, L&M is let's not meet. Okay, got it. Maybe next time I can have you... Oh, you want me to... Do you want me to finish? I'm not even high and I'm mindfucked. Yeah, I felt like that was... literally that. Okay, guys, if you want to finish reading it on your own, it's called So Yeah, I Don't Do Drugs Anymore from r/no sleep. I have an unusual job. The pay is good, but I really hate the moaning sounds that go with it. Oh, it's long. What was she planning to do to me? One time, I went to a bar with one of my friends. I had just turned 21, so I haven't been to bars much up to that point. My friend was drinking on the way to the bar, so he was already pretty drunk when we got there. When I sat at the bar, a cute girl came up to me and talked to me and my friend. She said her name was Candace, and I noticed she had a really, really bright red hair. I assumed she dyed it. It was pretty, but unnatural. Anyways, this girl was flirting with me and my friend. She could tell my friend was already very drunk, and to be honest, I played along like I was drunk already too, since it seemed to be working for my friend. I didn't know if she was just trying to get free drinks, so I told her we didn't have much money. She offered to buy us drinks. She kept buying us drinks, and I started to get confused as to who she liked between me and my friend. My friend went to the bathroom. Before he came back, he was kicked out by the bouncers. He was too drunk. Candace and I went outside with him. She kept telling him to go home with her. He was so out of it he could barely answer her. I told her he was too drunk and that I couldn't let him go anywhere. I didn't want him to wake up hungover in some random house with no car and no idea how he got there. Candace kept pushing it, saying that she would take care of him, but I told her no because I had to stay with him. I was more sober than him and he was my responsibility. That's nice. I told her the only way he was going anywhere was if I tagged along. I assumed she thought I was that I was jealous or cock blocking, but my friend could barely stand and lost interest in Candace already at that point. She immediately started flirting with me and offered to get my friend a taxi to drive him home and said we could go to her place alone. At this point, I had a few drinks and I was pretty buzzed, so I agreed. We took my friend to the taxi and walked to her car. I slightly stumbled on the way to her car. Wow, you're pretty drunk, huh? She said, smiling as she held onto my arms. Yeah, I said. I don't know why, but I just felt slightly shy and anxious. Everything was just happening too easy for me, so I felt uneasy. We got in her car and drove down the street. Want to stop at the liquor store and get some more to drink? I'll buy it, so don't worry about paying, she offered. I didn't want to drink any more than I already did. I was already buzzed and wanted to be able to carry myself throughout the rest of the night. Sometimes I made myself look stupid when I'm drunk, so I didn't want to ruin anything with Candace more than I already did earlier, with telling her my friend was too drunk. I told her I was already drunk enough, but she insisted. I didn't want to seem lame, so I told her to get me a pint of liquor with some apple juice to chase it. Apple juice. Why did the candles turn off? The batteries can't be dead. They're all fresh batteries. Like, actually, I just bought all of this. She went into the store and came out with a lot more than just a pint. I assumed she wanted to drink more also, and that's why she got a fifth instead of a pint. On the car ride, we passed the bottle back and forth, but she took tiny sips. I tried to take tiny sips, but she kept passing me the bottle and telling me to drink. I somehow managed to drink all of my apple juice and pretended to drink the bottle by spitting the liquor in the apple juice bottle. Interesting. I tossed the apple juice bottle full of liquor out the window before she saw it. I didn't want her to know I was acting drunker than what she actually believed I was sloppy drunk when I was simply buzzed. I took a couple more sips of liquor and finished the bottle. Throughout the car ride, I called her the wrong name a couple times to get a reaction out of her. She didn't react to it. She just kept letting me call her Carla without correcting me. For some reason, I thought she lied to me about her name initially. We drove up to her house. I pretended to trip and stumble into her front door. She helped me walk inside by holding me up. She opened her front door, which was unlocked. We walked into her house. She closed her front door and then locked it. I thought that was strange, but assumed she didn't want anyone walking in on us. I told her that I had to use the bathroom. I walked into her bathroom, locked the door, and looked in the mirror. I just felt strange. I felt like something was off. I felt myself becoming more drunk from finishing the bottle earlier. I turned on the sink to make noise and made myself puke up the liquor I drank. I flushed and went to the sink and started drinking the tap water out of my hands to sober up. I just didn't want to be drunk, but I still wanted to hook up with Candace, so I wanted to pretend to be drunk. I turned the sink off and I could hear her talking to someone. He's drunk as hell. He can barely stand up. You do it. Who is she talking to? And do what? I walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. The moment I stepped into the living room, I saw her walking into another room. All I could see was the back of her head, that strange, very bright red hair go into another room. I didn't see her face or anything. I just saw her kind of walk fast into the room. The living room was pretty dark. Hey, where are you going? I slurred like I was drunk. She walked back into the dark living room and up to me. Let's go to my room, she said. I looked at her bright red hair and then into her eyes. They were different. Her face was different. It was another girl with the same hair. That's when I realized it was another girl with the same wig on. It was a wig the whole time. She had changed it with the girl from earlier for whatever reason. My heart felt like it stopped, but I tried to look like I had no idea it was a different girl. I kind of smiled at her and told her I needed to use the bathroom one more time before I told her sorry. One more time and told her sorry I was so drunk. She said, "It's fine, just hurry up in there." I went into the bathroom and locked the door. I heard her whisper something to someone again this time. I think I heard a male voice whisper back. I honestly didn't concentrate on listening to exactly what she said. Something sketchy was going on, and I had to get out of that house. I opened the bathroom window and jumped straight out of it and ran faster than I have ever ran in my life. I didn't look behind myself or anything. I just ran through the backyard, jumped the fence, ran through someone else's backyard, hit a road, and ran toward the main road. I kept running down the main road until I saw a Star CVS. I ran into the CVS and stood straight at the front of the store in front of the camera. I called a taxi and went home. I tried to think what happened that night. What was she or they planning that night? Why did she tell me a fake name? Why was she trying to get my friend and I so drunk? I thought maybe a robbery, but she kept spending money on us. She kept buying us drinks and even paid for my friend's taxi cab. And mostly, why did she wear a wig that she gave another girl to wear? Who was she talking to? What did it mean? And what was in that room they tried to lure me into? The next day after this incident, I went back to the house with a couple of friends just to see what was going on. Nobody was there, no cars, no people, nothing. Just an empty house. I ended up finding out that the house was a summer rental, and whoever those people were, they broke into the house and used it only for that night and never came back. That's a real story. That's fucking frightening. Oh my god. This dude is a survivor though. Holy. You know what's crazy? I feel like they're probably trying to like steal his kidney and then sell it. I don't know why that's what comes to mind. They're trying to get you drunk so that they could take out your kidney and then sell it on the black market. Yeah? Human trafficking, duh. Do men get human trafficked often? You know what's crazy? The outside of this, although it's a fake candle, the outside is made out of real wax. Yes? Oh, that's very sad. Maybe it was that too. Then again, they were saying you do it. Not like you imprison him. And I think if it was human trafficking, they would have had like a tighter leash on him per se. I think they were trying to do something to him. And when I hear that, do something to someone, not kill them, it just sounds like steal an organ. Sorry, that's not funny. The reason I'm laughing is because the reason I think that is from a YouTube video I watched when I was like 10. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? Charlie the Unicorn? Some of you guys are totally gonna know what it is. Yes, lol W. Yeah, that one. That's why I keep thinking of like stealing the kidney, because that's what they did to him in the video, right? Spoopy. Okay, guys, we have time for one more. Let's get it. Do you like those, the real ones? Yeah? Okay, I think I have a pretty good one. This past Monday, my coworkers and I returned to our hotel room from a day of work out in the field. I'm gonna try to do this one real well, okay? Keep me accountable. I'll take a sip of water first. This is gonna be my best story. This past Monday, my coworkers and I returned to our hotel from a day of work out in the field. Rebecca and I walked to our rooms, and as we stood outside of our rooms, I opened mine and I saw someone in my bathroom. I said, "Hello?" Nobody answered. My first instinct was that it was a cleaning lady in there for some reason. And then I saw my bag with my clothes in her hands. I said to my coworker, "There's a woman in my room." Then I asked the woman, "What are you doing with my stuff?" It gets a little fuzzy here because I can't remember everything I said and what she said, but she kept mumbling about how her key still worked, how it still worked, and that's how she got in. I was in shock, and she was obviously very flustered, having been caught mid-robbery. She dropped my bags and fumbled around with her purse and a white plastic bag. By this time, my coworker was behind me, watching all the insanity unfold. This woman was scrambling and walking towards the door, and I said, "What's in the bag?" thinking it is probably my stuff, and she said, No, it's just my things, I'll show you." And so she did. I looked, and I didn't see anything of mine, and so since I'm obviously in shock at this time, I let her leave. I went into my room, and it's been ransacked. I did a quick look around, see if anything had been taken. All of my electronics were still there. Then I went into the bathroom, and I saw my underwear, my bikini, and my clothes shoved into my own bags randomly. Even my passport was shoved in there. Then I looked on the counter, and I saw that she got into my medication. I'm not sure what was going through my head at the moment, other than I wanted it back. So I ran out the door to go find her. I ran to the laundry room downstairs and out to the sides of the hotel, and I didn't see her. I realized I was never going to find her. So my coworker and I went down to the lobby to tell them what happened, and then we called the police. We went back up to my room to wait, and I noticed that there was a metal bat on my bed and a little larger than one of those novelty wooden bats you can get at a baseball game, but there's also a flashlight on the end. She must have left it behind in her hurry. She also left behind a necklace that must have fallen out of her bag when she was scrambling with mine. I was mostly freaking out at this point because I thought she'd gotten away with my medication that I need. The police got there and took her statements and looked around the room as well. One thing that I noticed was that there were bits of drywall in the sink, and I pointed that out to the cops, but none of us really knew where it came from. We started looking at the door and the windows to see if she pried her way in somehow, but there was nothing. So we kind of just went with the idea that she had a spare key or something, even though the hotel front desk was adamant that there's no way that could be. The officer that came brought 2 more officers as backup because they thought the woman might still be in the vicinity. But after our statements were taken, there was nothing else they could really do, so they left. I sat down to finally make some calls to tell people, and as I'm on the phone, I'm thinking about the drywall in the sink, and it still didn't make sense to me. So, I'm on the phone and looking at the drywall and the mirror on the wall right above it. And then it hit me. I got my coworker and asked her to help me pull at this mirror on the wall. And we took the mirror down, and there's a hole that's just big enough for a desperate junkie to squeeze through. I asked Brian and Rebecca if I should call the cops again to let them know that I had found this, and my boss said there's still 2 cop cars in the parking lot. So I went down to tell them, and the female cop kind of rolled her eyes, but the young guy said, "I'll come check it out." They both came back up, looked in the hole, and found a pillow, blankets, cigarettes, clothes, toothbrushes. This woman had been living in the wall behind my mirror for God knows how long. She had access to me and my room at all times. I know it might be hard to picture. There was a crawl space about 2 feet wide in between the 2 rows of rooms. One of the officers called the original officer to come back and take pictures of this. She explained to him what's going on, and all I heard over the radio is "No fucking way." He comes back, takes pictures, and is just as mind blown as the rest of us. Obviously, we packed up and left immediately. What's even crazier is she has probably been there a long time. The last time we stayed at this hotel, I would randomly smell cigarette smoke, and I assumed someone was smoking in their bathroom, and it was traveling through the vents. Wow. But nope, a junkie was smoking just on the other side of my mirror. She had access to the other rooms too. The holes in the walls were from renovations, and the hotel hadn't properly patched and just covered up with mirrors. She could have been hanging out in other people's rooms when they were gone. Anyway, this was insane, and I'm taking a little time off. Posting from mobile, so sorry if the formatting is off. Photo of the hole. Oh shit. Bruh. Holy shit. Look at this. That's insane. That's actually insane. actual photo because it's actually real. Holy moly. Can you imagine taking down a window in your hotel? I mean, a mirror in your hotel, and behind it, someone was just living there. Blech. Oh, that's so freaky. That's so freaky. Oof. Anyways. Okay, I think that's gonna be my last story for today. Guys, please let me know how you enjoyed this. Give me feedback. What did you like? What could I have improved on? I keep the music, right? I feel like the music's good. Even though I can't hear it, I feel like it's good. Why did this turn off? Ugh. Check your mirrors. Oh my god, don't say that. Don't. That's so freaky. Because this is my home. Do you guys like? Should I do it next weekend again? When my throat doesn't hurt as much? I'm in the mirror, Pokey. Let me out, please. Nah, bitch, you staying in there. Duh. Dude, next time bring Lily. I invited her. I think she must have forgot. Yeah, I'm sure she just forgot. It's fine. Not really. I'll like mention time to anyone in the house, or I'll put it in our Discord if anyone wants to. Aww. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Someone said you're gonna burn your hair. It's not a real candle. Thank you so much to everybody that subbed and resubbed. I'm so sorry. I literally cannot get to all of them. But big thank you to Mutual for the massive bit dono. And yeah, I just want to say thank you. There were way too many for me to like thank every single one of them, but that's why I appreciate you so much. This is a really fun stream. I hope to do more like special content streams like this. This was really fun. The Dr. Pookie stuff from yesterday was also equally fun. Someone else gave Neltis, if you also gifted like 11k bits, thank you so much. Gifted, sent, whatever, I don't know how to word it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I may stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm for sure streaming Tuesday. See you there. And yeah, have a good night, everybody. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Ugh.